like properly balance the ambient audio for every map.
Yeah, well, we can't all have a DM who's worth a damn, so.
Some of us just have to make do.
Some of us just have to put up with what we've been dealt. Hello, everybody. Welcome to episode 20 of Wildfolk. We have a lot of people again one more time. This will probably be our last big group session before we split up so that we're not trying to cram 10 people into one session. I know we're all very excited about that.
Can we do a sound off?
Yeah, let's do it. We're still missing a couple people, but let's do it. All at once.
No, somebody has to... What do you mean all at once?
Okay, Drake.
Hi.
Foster.
That's your fault for starting with Drake.
Wait, how's that my fault? What went wrong?
I'm not funny. I'm not good at
You said you figured out the comedy is easy.
Right, sorry. I should have said $16,000.
$16,000. We're going to jump right in because we have so very, very much to get through. This is a big group, big party once again. I will ask people to do their best to use the hand raise tool if you can, and to let people try to get a word in if they can. I'll do my part. I'm going to try for the next group session to get a better hand raise tool, because the one that we found is garbage. It is not useful at all. So I'll try to make a new one like I did for Crosswinds.
Should really work on that.
I know. If once again, if only we had a DM that was just like worth a damn, then, you know, maybe the shit would all be done by now.
Yo, you have to call it out in public. Dude, the guy who programmed that raise hand thing is in the chat right now, shedding tears.
Oh yeah, for the record, if you made that raise hand tool, it's great. It's wonderful for a group of 4 people. We need advanced solutions for modern problems. Those modern problems being that we have 10 people in this fucking campaign for some reason.
Plus guest.
Plus, maybe. I'm gonna make sure that I have got a lid on what we currently have before I commit to that. But I would love to. There are so many people that I'd love to bring in, even for just a few sessions.
Even me?
Even you. You guys are going to be the guests. It's the craziest thing.
Can I be a guest character?
Yeah, you can be a guest character. I promise.
Hello, I'm applying for guest character. Hello.
Oh, who's this new person that I've never seen before? Let's jump in. We have so much to do.
It is. Finish the sound off.
Oh God. Okay.
Are we still doing that?
Yeah, we're live.
We're live.
I thought of a quip, forgot my quip, and then you wanted to do it.
Okay,
again.
here we go.
All right, call me first.
Fetch.
Hi, I'm Fetch. I play Fetch.
Oh, we're doing this. Okay, yeah, I like this. I like this. Straight.
Nice tail.
Perfect. Maintaining the trend. Point number 3 on this line. Baby boy. He's dead. They're still resetting their internet. It's fine. We're going to move on without him. Zeke.
My name is Zeke, and comedy's easy.
Neo.
Wait, is it Neo or Sketch?
I've alternated.
Mixing them up.
I've alternated almost every time, and I'm consciously aware of it.
I'm Neo, and I'm confused, but hello.
Branch.
What's the sound off?
Jaeger.
Hello, I'm Ruko.
Narafi.
Does this sound okay?
You sound great.
No.
Philo.
Using my phone hotspot.
70%.
My name is Kasavyan Vatsi.
Ooh, is it Vatsis?
Yeah.
Oh,
Fartsy?
I've been pronouncing it in my head Vatses this entire time, like an idiot.
Oh,
I think it's
I've been saying fartsy.
Wow.
Wow.
That's a problem.
Definitely not that.
Speaking of
Okay.
Mr. Vatsis and Fetch, it is the evening. The sun is still low on the horizon. It's not quite sunset yet, but it's getting there. I believe it is Zion's Day, which is fake for Sunday. You guys just returned to the camp. You've been sorting through a lot of your issues. You've been paid. There was a meeting that happened on the side. Branch is currently in town with Narafi and Tex. But while that is going on, Kaz just finished a conversation with Jane, and Fetch has said that he is going to go to the Athenaeum to use the Cinderstone to learn more about where this gun came from. Kaz, would you like to be there for that? And do you guys open it up for others to join, or do you kind of sneak off on your own?
Yes, and sure. I don't really care if other people see.
Sick. The Athenaeum...
I'm not like announcing, hey, we're gonna go look at this gun if anybody else wants to.
Perfect.
I'd say if there's just like we're going to the Athenaeum, I'll be like, I'll come with you.
There is. I will say the Murmury is under repair. Bill is working on it. He says he should have the Murmury working by the morning.
Okay, never mind. I'll stay here then.
So the Cinderstone is working now, but the Murmury will be up tomorrow.
I got books to read. I don't have time for that.
Perfect. Wonderful. Then Fetch and Kaz head off to go learn more about this gun that Fetch has been walking around with.
Wait, Fetch is going?
Yeah, Fetch and Kaz are going to learn more about the gun that he's carrying around. Does anybody want to go with?
I might go if Fetch is going.
Understood.
So nonchalantly.
Perfect.
I'm gonna go
I'm
check
busy
in on how
talking
Bill's
to-
work's going.
Talking to the boys right now.
Wonderful. All right, then the three of you
Is
guys.
it well known that Fetch is going to go check on the gun?
It is, but this is while Branch, Tex, and Narafi are in town with doing Famador stuff.
That's in the dead of night.
Oh, you know what? You're right. You did wait for sundown. You guys could do it if you want.
I mean, it would have taken us a long time to get over there. It's like
an
a
hour.
2-hour walk, right?
That's fair. Probably that is true. It would be difficult to get there and get back and maintain the timeline, which we must so meticulously do.
We must
Important
maintain the
note.
timeline.
Fuck a timeline.
Wow.
Change job, right?
Yeah.
You're not Jane.
All right, to the Athenaeum then.
Evil
Oh.
Jane says, I hate time.
I know they're resetting their internet. I am going to assume that Foster will probably join because I believe he also bought some Scrygunk and wanted to check a thing. So I'll check when him. Are you guys back? Is your internet working?
They're fighting with Discord.
Understood.
I keep
Internet's
hearing them
working
dropping in and
everywhere
out.
else, but yeah.
It's ruining my immersion.
My immersion. We'll deal with it when they
Immersion
get
is
back.
so fucked right now.
All right, let's jump on in because we got to get moving. We have so much to do. Back at the Athenaeum, you find that Cinderstone is still sitting on the back shelf on this balcony overlooking a waterfall. The sky is sort of a golden hue. It is almost sunset. You've made it just in time before it gets dark. Most of this graffiti is probably still not cleaned up, actually, so it's fine that it's there. But I should move all your heads out of the way. How do I do this? Let's do that. All right, you guys arrive. Jane is also there. What do you do?
How does this thing work?
So the basic idea, or go ahead, Jane, you do it in character.
So first Jane will come out and say, I can show you if you want, if this isn't something private. I don't mean to pry if y'all wanted some privacy.
I don't think it's private. All I need to know is who this mark on this weapon belongs to. Then I will find the people that have killed my family. Easy.
Right. You just take the Scrygunk and put it in here, and I'll just describe how this thing works and help them use it.
Understood. It's pretty simple, really. You just put the gunk in the slot, and then you put the item that you want to check into the owl's hand, and then a vision will be projected into the mist. And if that is what you do, I need one of you, whoever does it first, to roll a d4 to determine how many visions you get. High is good.
Guys, it's this symbol right here on this gun. The one that looks like a bat. That's the one I'm looking for.
I'm pretty sure we've had this conversation before, and I apologize if we actually haven't. But like, I
We
told you,
started
like,
to.
I told Fetch that, like, yeah, I recognize the symbol, but I don't know who made this, right? Like, we've had that
Oh, right,
much of the
yeah,
conversation at least.
I think that much has come up.
Okay.
But it has been coy. It has been just a little bit back at the bar, if I remember correctly.
Right. Like, I know I remember I put the earring back on, and he was like, oh, you might know who this is. And I'm like, yeah, that's my family's mark, but I don't know who made this one in particular.
Wonderful. Then while I cue up music, I'm going to change the Discord server real quick. There might be a brief hiccup. It should go pretty quick. And we're going to see if that helps with the problems we're having.
Hiccup.
Oh, connection strong.
Hey, we did it! Hey, we did
So-
it!
Wow.
We did it.
What? So
I can hear you guys.
We
Yay.
did it. I'm
It's
so
baby
excited.
boy.
Oh,
hi,
baby
baby boy.
boy.
Give us the- Yes!
Oh, this is my
Oh, baby boy.
Where was the server?
Foster and Baby Boy, Fetch and Kaz are going to the Cinderstone to check out their gun. Would either of you like to join?
Do I have my Scrygunk at this point?
Yes, you could have bought that from the other adventurers if you would like.
Okay, I will have bought it, and the only thing I want to do is I want to approach Tex before I go.
Sure, certainly.
If I have time.
Yep.
So if I remember correctly, I woke up and there was a second seed sitting at my feet.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
So I'll pick that up, very confused. And then I will wander off and try to find Tex somewhere. Mr. Tex?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're interested, but another piece of that seed showed up last night. I don't know where it came from, but I got some scry gunk, and I'm gonna go figure out where it came from. If you want to come with me, you might know more than me.
Yeah. Maybe your rat brought it in. Unfortunately, I have a date tonight, so.
Okay. Well, have a fun night.
I would go, but I got to maintain the timeline. Cause a paradox if I did.
God forbid.
Such a common misconception of chronomancy. It's carry on.
All right. Foster, at least, is here then. And we will begin with Kaz and Fetch performing their vision. Let's see. 2 visions. All right. It is worth noting you have a second use of the scry gunk. When this is over, you can try again on the same object, or you can do a different one. But let's see what we see before that.
Real quick test. How do I sound?
Good.
Sound good?
Better.
All right. We see an image appear in the midst of the waterfall spilling up into the sky. We find ourselves aboard a ship. It is tall, it is proud, it is fast. It has 3 masts, beautiful brand new sails, some sort of rich red wood that is used in its construction. It's Azantic in make, which means it looks kind of similar to Kaz's ship, although it is quite a bit larger and nicer. And aboard this ship, we see a large Sahuagin man, Captain Hookbill. And he is speaking to 2 other Sahuagin.
Oh.
One of them, the woman that Hookbill is speaking directly to, is someone that neither of you recognize, but the other, standing behind her, is familiar to you, Fetch. It is the man who fired this gun at you and Lemma and Adebayo, the man whose corpse you took the gun off of. And pray for me, I'm going to try something new. Captain Hookbill reaches into the box and kind of fiddles with some things and then looks up to the woman. 7. That's not bad, Jackie. You and your brother are proving to be quite the investment. I have a reward from the Emmericks. It should help. And Captain Hookbill kicks the lid off of the crate, and he reveals a handful of these rifles, along with some other weapons and supplies, and he hands one of the rifles over to Jackie. They call it Emma Shot. Classy, I know. Shuts down magic, apparently. Well, yes, Commodore, but any bullet will do that if you put it between the eyes. Too true, too true. But we have a new contract. They want the casters alive now. Even the ones who fight back. Especially the ones who fight back. The first vision ends. And for a moment there's just mist on the horizon until a new one begins to form. We find ourselves in some sort of a bunker. There are Emmerich soldiers that are watching over teams of researchers and mages as they scrawl through notes. Occasionally, the hushed study is interrupted by the sound of crackling lightning or the pop of a chemical reaction. At the back of the chamber, a large pane of darkened glass looks out over a much larger chamber, completely dark except for the occasional flash of electricity. Standing in front of that window, we see more Emmerich soldiers talking to a well-decorated ratfolk man. Token.
You better not be cute.
Would I do that to you?
Yes.
You made the evil shark captain hot.
Right.
So sorry for your loss.
How could you do this to me?
It's Claw.
Oh,
from
he's
Marvel.
fucking precious. Look at him.
His name is Marlin.
His name is Marlin, and he's so little.
I love him.
But the focus of your vision is not this ratfolk. It is Captain Hookbill, once again, who is speaking to an Emmerich man with a scraggly beard. He is nursing a cigar, and he's accompanied by an Emmerich warhound. That man is not familiar to either of you. Although we, the audience, recognize it as Lieutenant Jeffrey Wells Praxton. And between them is the same crate filled with the weapons, and Captain Hookbill reaches in and pulls out the gun, inspecting it. Shuts down magic. You eggheads thought of everything. That should make it a bit easier to kill the buggers who put up a fight. Praxton speaks up. Actually, that's why we brought you here, Commodore. Listen, we need you to stop killing all the damn merchandise. I'm hurt, Lieutenant Praxton. Is my merchandise not satisfactory for your mines? The mines are fine, Captain, but that's not the merchandise Dr. Vinsky is worried about. We need the casters. We need the voodoo, the witch doctors, the weavers, I think is what they call them. And we need them alive, especially if you find any that's got the spirits working for them. Well, keeping the belligerent ones alive costs extra, you know. It's hard work, wrestling someone who can still zip you. And it's at this point that the Imrics, by the large pane of glass, stop talking, and the rat folk walks over. With sort of an annoyed expression on his face. He's well decorated. He has tons of emblems and badges and patches on his uniform and a golden nameplate that reads Dr. Marlon Vinsky. This is fine. Cost is of no consequence. Does it look like we are having money problems, Mr. Hookbill? The better they fight, the more we'll pay. We need who we first, and if the next shipment does not have any, we'll find another captain who can get the job done. Do I make myself very clear? Well, and he looks down at the crate. Our business has always been quite profitable. Let's get a bite to eat. Talk some numbers. And with that, your second and final vision ends.
Catch the casters alive, huh? Anti-magic properties.
They want especially casters that are working with the spirits. That sounds bad for you.
Fact,
Just
just
for them.
Yes.
Stretch here, I'm sure, but do I recognize any of these names? Marlon Vinsky or Jeffrey Praxton?
Oh, boy. You might. Give me a society check. It's going to be pretty tough.
I know things.
Good.
That's quite good. Boy,
If any of them
boy.
are associated with trains in any way, I'd be happy to have trains.
You know what?
I had to ask.
Yeah, you know what? On a 25, I will bump Vinsky up to a 34 because of an applicable lore skill. I'm into that. First of all, Hookbill is the easiest to recognize. He is a very prominent and well-known Azantic captain. He resides at Cape Remora, which is down over in the southwestern coast of the Liberty Gulf. He's the guy responsible for the enemy navy that's been a huge problem for you guys along your southwestern coast. He is kind of the head of all of the Azantic operations over here, or at least one of the heads. There are multiple captains, but he's among the most well-known. Lieutenant Praxton, I don't think that you would have heard of Lieutenant Praxton. He is a lieutenant, but, you know, that's not that high-ranking. It's not high-ranking enough that it would really have an influence on your studies as a mage.
These
by the way,
quest trackers are sick.
Yeah,
So cool.
Yeah, let me cut over real quick, actually, and talk about that, because we'll probably use these a lot this session. If you go over to the Items tab, the Actors tab, down in Objects and Utilities, you should be able to drag markers on, and then right-click and change their token, so that you can set them wherever you want to whatever you want to keep track of your shit.
Oh my god.
So that might be useful over the course of this session, because there's going to be a whole lot of lore dumps. Good luck.
Hopefully
Wild.
Foundry would decide to load for me by that point.
If only. If only.
You guys
I
remember
like
like 15 minutes ago when
rumors.
we were like, Feck's not worth a damn.
Yeah, it's like-
Over here doing New Zealand accents and Russian or German accents and making us
Oh,
quest
yeah.
trackers.
I was
You
getting
made
that
me a
language.
protector tree icon.
I
That's
sure
the
did.
cutest thing I ever saw.
You guys haven't even seen the new cackles yet. The new cackles token. I can't.
There's a
New cackles dropped?
There's a new cackles token. It needs to actually like come up though.
I'm going to rip us back over here and continue.
Yeah, I just want to say on that real quick.
Yes.
You made a big mistake. I should not be trusted with this power. You need to take it away.
Absolutely true, yes.
Oh yeah,
I
just
agree
remove
wholeheartedly.
permissions from him.
Amazing. Let's see. Right, so
Marlon Vinsky.
Marlon Vinsky. The only reason that you know this name is because he is actually responsible for a train design that was stolen from the Imrics and has been repurposed in Wexisas. It's not the biggest or the best or even the only train design, but it is the design of he's the designer of a train that, was taken from the Emmerichs and repurposed by Wexasass. He's a well-known engineer. He's a brilliant man. His boiler design and his engine design is very good. It's very reliable. It's very stable. His trains are notoriously safe. They're good. They're wonderful.
It's great. Jane probably, as she sees his face, she's scratching her head he looks so familiar, and then gets Illustrated Encyclopedia of Locomotives out. Thumbs through some pages till she finds a picture of him.
She hears a train in the distance and remembers.
So, question, Kaz and Fetch, you have one more use of this Scrygunk. Would you like to do something else, or would you like to try to get more visions of that gun? You got 2. You could potentially get up to 4. You could see 2 more exchanges.
I need an object to trigger the vision. Is that right?
Correct.
I say it's like it traces an object's past. Each time it's changed hands, it traces the object's history.
I don't think I have anything that Mommy gave me now.
Hey, Feck.
Yes.
Would this work on Drifter, or is he a creature?
What a great question. I'm going to say for now that he's a creature, but I'll go look, because I know PF2 does actually treat constructs a little closer to objects, so I'll look that up real quick.
Okay, I don't have any Scrygunk anyway, I'm just curious.
Fair.
So the Azantic Raiders, can you tell me their what colors their uniforms were?
Yes, absolutely. It is kind of what you see here. It is teal and sort of a terracotta. I guess it's a little washed out by the golden sunlight here. Let's see, can I kill these lights? Or can I just show a picture somehow? I'm sure I can. Yeah, here we go,
Right,
here
right.
we go. Tokens, NPC, Captain Hookbill. There you go. Those are very standard Azantic colors. Teal, little terracotta, a little bit of a creamy off-white.
Does he just carry around an anchor all the time?
Sure looks like it. Looks like he has an anchor strapped to his back.
What a big man.
He's a big old boy.
Sorry, I'll
Kaz, don't do it. It's a trap.
need to go put my hand in the fridge for a second.
So it feels like a shark.
Well, no, I'm saying I can't quite take a cold
That's
shower
why I
right
thought
now.
he was gonna say.
Right.
Put your hand in the fridge?
I don't know.
That's why it's cold plant like
I need to cool down, is what I'm trying to say.
I'll tell you what. While you guys are deciding what to use the second charge on, whether it's something new or potentially getting more charges on the gun itself, Foster, what would you like to use yours on?
Yeah, so I will approach I think it's an owl, right?
Yes.
And I will place the little, a wooden seed shard that we have found, or was given to me, I should say. I'll specifically grab the one that was from the undead that the rest of the party fought while I was at the garden.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Then I just need a D4.
Terrible.
Wonderful.
Terrible news.
You do have a second charge, but you can wait to see the first one to decide if you want to reuse it on the same object.
I believe last time we were here, we were allowed to use hero points on these D4s. I may be misremembering.
I also don't remember. That feels a little too strong. If I did it last time, fuck you.
Understood.
Wow. Well, first you kill me, then I can't use a hero point. Got it.
I know, I'm so sorry. Alright. One vision. Where's the music for this? I know I have music for this somewhere. Doesn't matter, I'll pull it up. The first vision that you receive is actually pretty simple. You find yourself back down in the church to Pakakalua, down in the basement where the obelisk was found. You see that there is no obelisk there at the moment, but there is the dead body of Amelia Patterson, which is the knight or the paladin or whatever she was, who attacked you as a zombie in the middle of the night at the campfire. I don't think you were here for that out of character, but this zombie woman appeared in the middle of the night while you guys were at your campfire on your mission, and had a brief conversation, and then was eventually sort of like, you guys are making a mistake working with Landfall, and also fuck you, and tried to kill you. And it was revealed that she was a zombie. the vision that you see right now, she is dead on the ground, doesn't look rotted. She looks, in fact, you can see that there's blood kind of spilling out from her nose and her ears and a little bit out of the corner of her mouth. It looks like she was freshly killed, not undead. And you see a figure step up, footsteps crunching through the gravel, of the corpse lord, who walks over and fishes around in her pouch until he finds this little woody chunk and stuffs it into his own pouch and walks away. And that is the first vision. That's how it ends.
That's fucking terrible. Now I have to know more.
So you have a second use if you want. You can try again and hope you roll higher.
Do it.
Yeah, I have to do it.
All right.
I will try again.
Let's see a d4.
Are you kidding me?
Astounding.
No.
Bruh.
All right.
All forms of dice.
You
ruin.
see the exact same vision once more. That now leaves us with Fetch and Kaz. You guys have one more use of Scrygunk. What would you like to use it on? Or would you like to retry one that has already been done?
Well, I want to try to find my mama. But I don't know if it can read. It reads the memories of objects, so I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, specifically what it does is it shows you when the object changed hands. So you would learn about an object's past and how it came to be in your possession.
So, did we get an answer about whether or not we can throw Drifter in there?
Oh, right. Yes, let me go confirm that real quick.
Sam, I'd be very interested to do so if everyone... I don't have Scrygunk myself, but...
We can at least see what kind of spirit inhabits him.
Why
are you laughing?
It's... Yeah, honestly, you're right. I'm curious to see if he's inhabited by a spirit myself.
I mean, Jane, I mean this in the best possible way. You seem like such a smart woman. Why do you believe that all of the behaviors that Drifter has, all of his ability to communicate, all of his thoughts and actions and the way he's behaving is the product of just clockwork?
In truth, I think I might have been wrong. I think that's what he was created as. I think that's what he was originally, but I've been doing a lot of reading, and automated intelligence can develop something called value drift, which is where, as a thing progresses in trying to pursue its directives, it has to make branching choices, make its own judgment calls, and eventually can sort of start to develop its own personality, its own identity, and that process itself can generate sympathy and eventually generate a daemon, a soul. I guess my point is that I don't think Drifter... I think it might be the opposite of what you think. I think he might have been created as just a machine, but that he's developed a soul, not the other way around.
What are you guys talking about?
We found a automaton, a construct, a very strange machine on our adventure, and just trying to figure out where it came from and where it goes. Sorry, we haven't shared everything with everybody yet. It belonged to some very dangerous people before. We wanted to make sure as few people as possible knew about it, but I think it's bound to come out eventually with at least some of us.
Oh, that's no problem. Secret's safe with me.
You are pretty confident that the construct does not count as an object, but you could potentially break off a piece of it and it would count as an object.
With Kaz and me's double natural 20s on disassembling Drifter last time, could we just take an innocuous screw or something?
Absolutely, 100%.
Cool.
Would that count as one of the hand changes?
So the instance where it comes into your possession does not get shown. That gets skipped. So it would show...
thank God.
Right, yeah.
All right, if you guys are cool with that, I don't want to squander your scry. I guess we'll do this in character. If you guys don't mind, I can pay you for the scry gunk or chip in on it. But if you don't have something else to do with that, I would like to know.
All right, go on.
So I guess we'll go back to camp.
Sure.
And Kaz will take a screw off a drifter. We'll bring it back.
All right, perfect. It's like an hour to do all that, but it's doable. You guys have all night. You're resting. It's the weekend still. And frankly, there's no pressure to get right back out on the road. You guys can rest as long as you need to.
No.
When you get back,
Speak for yourself.
Place it in. And guys, I love tabletop RPGs. I wasn't expecting this, and this could have incredibly interesting results. Please give me a D4.
I'm not going to do it this time.
Oh, God.
Hell yes.
All right.
Give me its creation effect. Tell me
Boy,
everything.
oh boy. Okay, we're flying by the seat of our pants here, but that's what this game is all about. Let's go. Okay, let me talk amongst yourselves for... Give me 60 seconds. I know what happened, but I need to make sure that I have it laid out in the correct order. So talk for like a minute real quick.
What happened to hiding him?
He's still hiding. He's in my tent, and I have not shown him to anybody but Kaz.
Right, and these two people.
Well, Fetch was there when we got him. Kaz already knew about him. I think it's just Foster,
man?
essentially.
Foster's already dead. She doesn't have anything to worry about.
I don't trust Foster any less than anyone else here. I feel like I might trust him a little bit more than anybody else here. We spent some library time together. Foster seems like good people.
Yeah, you know who Ruko hasn't spoken to?
Right? I've not said anything to Ruko except hi, hello, and he was like, hi, hello, you seem troubled, and I read emotions. Then I was like, bye forever.
Exactly.
I get the
Ruko
feeling.
took that as, she thinks I'm useless. Ah!
Basically.
I bet
he's
she
like,
loved my brother.
another standard human.
Right, absolutely.
I mean, there was a point where you were like, you were to read the future, then she was like, oh, you can't actually read the future. That's disappointing.
Oh yeah, she did
Yeah.
I forgot about that too. Yeah.
It was even worse because it's like, oh,
Don't
actual
you know I love
genuine
time?
plot interest. Oh, this deception on a level that's offensive.
You're like, yeah, this is a scam. I'm a con artist. Sorry.
No,
Don't worry, guys. We'll get there later. We gotta talk about the fucking Foxglove Pact.
Uh-huh.
Then I think we'll all have some mutual interests.
Try. No, I'm just kidding. They'll probably.
Just to confirm, you got a screw?
Just some part of Drifter. Yeah. I guess if I understand how the Cinderstone works very well, and I understand Drifter very well, whatever I feel like is going to get me the best history of him. I would probably go for, if possible, as close to the core as possible without damaging or hurting Drifter or turning him off.
Understood. Okay.
Wow. She goes to get a screw from Drifter, doesn't have to roll for it.
So they rolled 2 nat 20s last time, which is why I'm kind of writing that out. They each rolled a nat 20 on their check to deconstruct Drifter.
Oh yeah.
So, Jane, would you be able to grab, or I guess could you and Kaz grab one of the strange materials of Drifter? Because weren't the constructs made out of some kind of material that nobody could identify?
I think we can't. In fact, can correct me, but the unrecognizable weird metals are within the processing core, and I don't think those can be disassembled unless yeah.
It's
There wasn't
the
any
weird
of it
time stone
elsewhere?
thing.
And then the chronotririte also is within it where we can't take it out. I think,
Right.
but all those strange metals are in the processing core. I don't think they're in the chassis,
Damn.
according to my research anyway. Chronotririte. Chronotrorite.
I've been saying chronotririte? Yeah. Alright, here we go.
Right.
Here we go. I think this is correct. So presumably rather than a screw, you would have grabbed a bracing frame or something a little closer to the innards, because, you could just buy a screw anywhere if you want to learn a little bit more, and hopefully something that is proprietary. So you grab some bit that looks proprietary, like a bracing frame for the processing core. And
if I can find something with, sorry to interrupt, if there's something that has the Tesseract insignia on it, I'll take that, but I think you said there wasn't.
Right, very deliberately, no branding on any of this. But this looks like it was custom made, so you get the sense that this is probably your best bet. And unsurprisingly, your first vision shows Drifter rather than just the frame itself, and you get the sense that most of these visions are probably going to show the frame by way of showing you Drifter. You see a box. Very similar to the box that was offered to you by Susanna Bowers. This box does not have the branding on it, but is the same shape, and it seems to have the same protections. And you see that Susanna Bowers is indeed the person with this box, making a very fast-winded negotiation with Petra. I will not do the entire conversation, but it is very similar to what you experienced in the blue box. They are negotiating price, they are discussing the security and payment of this job, and eventually they shake hands with the understanding that Petra will deliver this to this address. He will not tamper with it, he will not open with it, he will simply deliver it and receive the other half of his payment upon delivery. And they part ways.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Is his son there?
No, it is just Petra in this vision.
Thank God. Okay.
That's the first vision. It ends. The second vision is inside of Tesseract, Archinovations in Wexisas. It is a chamber that you've not been in yourself, but you recognize the architecture and the branding. It is branded. It looks like Tesseract. And you see Howard Tannen. Where's his token? Do I have a token? I do have a token.
Howard Tannen, you rotten bastard. Branch, this is the worst Howard in the world, not Howard from Howard's Discount Hookers and Caravans.
Howard Tannen with Drifter, although he is on a rolling platform and appears to be like deactivated or in stasis or something. He's not moving or responding. But you see Howard Tannen kind of wheels this out like on a moving pallet to Susanna. And wordlessly just kind of nods, shoves the pallet towards Susanna, and Susanna grabs it and starts to wheel it off to another room. That is the second vision. The third vision, we return to a bunker with a large glass window looking over a dark chamber filled with Emmerich soldiers and scientists and mages and researchers. And we still see Dr. Marlon Vinsky and Lieutenant Praxton. Let's see, Susanna's not here. Vinsky is here. Praxton is here. Drifter is here. Vinsky is busy in the background. He's not a part of this conversation. But you see that Praxton is speaking to Howard Tannen. Same as the others. Standard pay. Tannen kind of like, all right, yes, we'll get right on it. And takes the pallet and starts to walk off with it to a chamber on the side, a doorway. This is noteworthy for a lot of reasons, but Howard Tannen is from the largest company in Wexisas, at war with the Emmerich. And for the two to be cooperating is a big deal.
Right. Do I, by any chance, recognize the place or recognize anything about it as being more Immer than Wexisas? Like, do I think they brought it here? Did he go get it?
That is a tough call, but you can give me a society check. Do you have stone cutting?
I do.
If only we had somebody with stone cutting in this campaign.
No, but I do have trains.
Trains will not help you here. Where is your god now? 18, so hard to say. Nondescript bunker. There is stone construction, a little bit of concrete. It looks, pretty modern. It looks to be industrial, but that could be said of either civilization, so it's very hard to say.
No, like Emmerich flags flying or anything. Got it.
Correct. And that brings us to the fourth vision. This is the first vision where, rather than seeing Drifter as a whole, we see just the frame. And let me go make sure I've got this. We find ourselves in a dark room. It's a machining workshop of some sort. It is sort of a stark contrast. The conditions are very meager, but the equipment is very good. Some of these machining devices are more advanced and powerful than anything, even Kaz, you've worked with before, back home. It is top-of-the-line, cutting-edge stuff here. And yet, in spite of that, the workshop itself is poorly lit, it is musty, it is dark, it is damp, the floors are just bare stone, it doesn't look comfortable. And it is so dark, in fact, that you can barely make out the two figures that are leaned over a workbench, barely illuminated by a flickering mage light that is casting sort of a tired orange glow over the two of them. Their silhouettes are large, they're hunched, they're tired, they look like they have been working long hours, they're covered in grease, they smell like machines. And eventually, with a rattle of metal, as one of these machining tools finishes, the two of them turn to inspect the piece that has just been produced. It is this framing piece that you guys have brought that was inside of Drifter. And as they turn to face the mage light, you can see two people that you recognize, Kaz. Your father, Tavush, and your uncle, Kafta. Both wearing Emmerich greens, full uniform. You see that your father is wearing an eye patch, and there's a cane leaning against the workbench. Both of those are new to you. And they drop this frame into a crate, and that is where the vision ends.
Hey, who's that? Who's that guy?
Is there like an obvious family resemblance, or could these just be any old gnolls?
Oh boy, perception check.
Yourself.
Are they wearing the Votzi's earring as well?
They're not.
Ooh, that's a good point.
They are not. Give me a perception check. Gnolls are native to Exercise.
Sorry, is this as insight or just...
This is as investigation. Not as insight.
Roll hotness.
Really hard to say.
This is so targeted.
This is the most targeted character I've ever drawn, yeah.
What?
Yeah, I say I'd fuck either one of them, and I'm not even... Null sexual.
No,
This guy's normal pose is this three quarters look. He's
with the gun.
He's so fucking cool.
Real cool.
Naturally
You better not meet your dads. I'm sorry, I can't stop. I can't stop it.
I think it's his dad and his uncle.
Your dad and his
will
uncle.
never let
Uncle's-
anyone meet
uncle's
your
safe.
dads.
True. That is where the last vision ends.
Cool.
With
For what it's
that-
worth, by watching all those visions, whenever Howard is like in the waterfall vision, just unconsciously, Jane like rolls her hands into fists and squeezes kind of hard. But otherwise, just watches with rapt attention and like stops to take notes, writes down everything she's saying.
For sure, for sure.
Was that a hot null reaction?
Do I notice Jane get a little tense? Sorry.
She's very bad at hiding. Give me a perception check. Ultimately, this is PvP. If you want to just say that he does, he does.
I say she's not even conscious that she's doing it, so she's certainly not trying to hide it.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing crazy. I just walk up and I put a hand on her shoulder. That's it.
She probably like in this moment where she's staring into the waterfall, she has like stopped writing for a second when she sees Howard, and like her fist is like clenching around her pen really tightly, like almost threatening to break it accidentally. And that's probably when you step up and put like a hand on her shoulder, and she jumps a little bit almost, and then she's like, "Oh, sorry, you startled me," and goes back to writing.
Would you call this a background task?
God damn it.
Well, that was.
You said they were wearing Emmerich?
They were wearing Emmerich greens. The green and like basically an army green and a little bit of crimson red. You did see him. I'll pull him back up. Your father was wearing a shawl that you recognize as his. He had that.
Okay.
All right.
This is probably the longest stretch of my whole life. Do those colors like mean anything to me? Were those colors around when I was alive?
Certainly not, but you could have learned them since then. If you want to give me a society check, you can.
Nobody's ever used maroon and yellow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a little joke about the Soviet Union, everyone.
Yes.
Totally.
So what do you guys know about grass?
Yeah.
All right, so Maid and Emmer, by whoever those two were, sold or given to Howard by this Jeffrey Wells to do something with that they've done before with either more like him or others. Then moved to Petra. At the end of her notes, there's the address that she wrote down that she got from Petra. And this is where it was going.
maybe you should have. Did he write that note himself, or did he give you it?
No, he gave it to me and I wrote it down.
Oh, but if he gave
Like
you
he-
a note that had an address written on it, that would have been a good thing to.
He might have. I don't even remember. I have to go watch
I
the
guess he probably
episode.
would have just gotten. What's that? The green lady.
Yeah, I think he told me an address and I wrote it down, but he might have given me like a slip or something. I
I
don't remember.
think that is correct. I think he told you.
I think so too.
Because I think you had to go back to, like, question him for it.
Yeah, I think I specifically asked if there was like a packing slip, and there like this conspicuously was not, which makes sense.
Right.
Okay.
So that means those last two, they built this part of Drifter then.
Right. Either built him or at least built that part of him, and then it was used to make him. And then my understanding from talking to Drifter is that he started malfunctioning, essentially, drifting, value drift. And then it seems that the Emmerichs then gave him or sold him or paid Tesseract to do something with him, which is how he got the way he is now with magic. The Emmerichs, you know this, I'm sure, don't have magic, so they needed Tesseract to do some kind of magic to Drifter, and after that, if we're sending him to Unyo to somebody for some reason, I don't know why. But that might be where we need to go to find out more. Did it seem, I know we didn't get a lot of like verbals or anything, did it seem like Lieutenant Wells was like selling Drifter to Howard, or like Howard was being hired to do something? I know they didn't really say anything, but I can't remember.
Give me an insight check.
Cool. Penalties.
Hard to say. The entire transaction was very stiff. It was very... You could almost get the feeling that, like, both of them were a little uncomfortable with it.
Sure,
but that's all
sense.
You can really get.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing the Skargunk. This has been very helpful.
Sorry to make you re-describe the whole scene, basically, but did we see like anything else? I know the room was like pretty dark and they didn't say much, but
yeah, very like dark machining room, very bad conditions, wet, musty, stone floors. Nothing.
But you said that the machines were like more advanced than
pretty advanced machine.
Okay.
Yep.
But the conditions looked like living conditions, especially looked like it might be like forced labor sort of thing.
Reasonable conclusion.
Is that a bit of a stretch?
It certainly
like,
was.
How clean were their uniforms? I guess.
Give me a perception
did they look
check.
like uniforms, or were they more like the stuff that I was given to wear at the time?
Right. Give me a perception check.
I did already roll one up there. I got a 12. I don't know if it was the other.
12. It's hard to say. Yeah. It certainly is not great conditions. If these are the conditions that their soldiers are working in, that's pretty grim. But, it's military. That happens a lot. Very hard to say.
Okay.
You can confidently say that these people were not comfortable. These are not the standards that you would expect to be working in. Would you guys, do we want to head back and see what the rest of the party is up to, or do you guys have anything you want to get in real quick?
I'll check into the Murmury and see if it's ready. Presumably Bill's not, in which case I'll...
Yeah, Bill explains that he should have it working by morning. So for now, let's jump on back to the camp.
Okay, where are we on the quest tracker?
That's actually what I was just about to pull up, so we can see what's up.
What's up?
Restoration camp. Activate. Quest tracker. Let's see. Does this... Oh, it does work on stream. Nice. And... Oh, wait. Maybe not.
Ziki clothing. It's both a mix of Halloween and Easter at the same time, and it's very confusing.
Kind of very colorful.
Candy corn, Halloween.
Cheeky. Alright, so next on the list technically is that Fetch urgently wanted to fight God. Is that real, Biscuit? What is that?
I forgot what that was. It was real, but it wasn't.
I put it on because I assumed that in true Biscuit fashion it stood for something else, and I just didn't know what it was.
For something. Dang it, I don't remember what it was.
Well, if
This
you
is what
Oh,
you
no.
get
Only
from
he
being-
wrote down his own notes.
if you remember what fight God means, we can come back to it. That
Can I at least roll
Volcano
initiative on him?
nerd.
you can roll initiative if you want. Yeah. In the meantime, Ruko, since you were already looking around, I'll let you go first, and we'll jump to Sketch because Sketch has to wait till Fetch gets back anyway. So Tex and Ruko, or Ruko specifically, if you want to try to find Tex, or I forget who was approaching who there. Anyway, Ruko, what do you do?
Oh God.
If anything, and if you want to just sit around, then Tex will come find you.
Well, if Tex wants to talk, well, yeah, we gotta talk. We were best buds, and then I find one cute little long ass weasel, and he's all pissy. What's going on?
All
He
right.
turns into a goo monster. He tries to kill people. What the fuck?
Tex,
Okay,
you lock eyes with
let
Ruko
him.
at some point around the fire.
All right. I'll give him the side eye and gesture for him to come over and yeah, just to get a little space.
Ruko is like full brain power on that interpretive movement where he's like looking at his expression. It's a side eye, right? But it's a side eye with slightly less disinterest, which means something needs to happen. Okay, let's go over to the rock. Ruko loves, by the way, there's this nice
The
little,
private
little
talking
corner.
rock.
Yeah. Let me get out of these little city.
So what are
Hey,
you
Tex.
planning on doing?
What do you mean? About what?
Are you planning on sticking around here? Still do helping the guild?
Well, if it takes us back to Blimadil, I think it's worth it, but I think for now it's the best, safest option. It's where else do we have to go? Objective number 1 was to escape. We did. Now figure out what to do.
Well,
Why?
you should go help with the dowsing pools. You're clearly starting to be able to take care of yourself, so
Oh. Now he looks suspicious. You think I can do things on my own? In general.
well, you at least were able to defend yourself from that fire thing.
But you recognize it. Thanks.
Yeah. You have that look like you're overanalyzing something.
No. What are you doing?
Having a conversation with you.
Right. What about the mission?
What mission? Killing the wolf?
For the whole guild? Well, yes.
Doesn't seem
But-
possible until we've collected enough bear asses for God, so I figure you might as well start collecting bear asses over at the dowsing pools.
Okay. Let me try to roll something real quick just to give myself a vibe.
Sure.
Proficiencies. I don't know. What's an insight? It's gonna be
Perception.
perception. Okay. I'm just. Okay. You're being weird. You're being oddly supportive and vaguely positive, and it's strange, and it's nice, but strange. So you mean to separate, like, I'll go on one mission, you go on the other.
No, I just think you might as
getting
well
into
go.
trouble.
You might as well go do that because it's the dowsing pools will be important to you, right? And it'll get you far away from Blemadil and the wolf for a little bit.
Yours takes you back. What do you intend to do?
I'm gonna sleep. A lot.
Sleep. Really?
Probably eat
Sleep.
some fried bananas. Stumpy owes me a lot of fried bananas.
All right. Well, fine. Fine. You have support. You've got another group. Just
Oh, I don't have another group. I'm gonna stay here.
I thought you were going in the mission to Blumidil.
No, that's
Going up
crazy.
north. Okay. Well, dowsing pools is it? So
Neither of us should be heading back to Plumadill anytime soon.
So the dowsing
all
pool.
right. Vec, recap the 2 missions.
Yes. There are
Dowsing pool.
3 missions that the guild has offered. I want to stress, you guys can do whatever the fuck you want. If you guys want to immediately stop working with the guild, totally cool. If you want to do things on the way, also totally cool. They're also not super high time pressure. It's kind of a, hey, if you go do this, we'll pay you. The mission for the dowsing pools is to go over to Hellsmouth and retrieve some fancy sparkling water, essentially. Why is this still drawing a line? You guys ready to see a weird line?
Oh, now we do.
Perfect.
Wow.
Was that a pretzel?
Is to sail over to Hellsmouth and retrieve some weird acidic water from some springs. You guys could do all sorts of things along the way if you wanted to. It would take you across the Avalonian Sea, kind of over by Gorchica. You could potentially pass by the Walled Garden. You could potentially sail up to Cyrillin. But that is ultimately what you need to get the dowsing pools back online so that you can do divination, augury, and other basic divination spells like that. Mission number 2 is to get the manors back online. Basically, just comfortable, personal living spaces that are extra-dimensional. For that, you need to go up to Blumidil and get some acorns from somewhere. You need to figure out where they go, or where they grow, and then gather a bunch and bring them back. It is literally a fetch quest. Finally, the 3rd mission...
Because fetch.
We did it.
Too close to Cyrillin for my liking.
Same.
Mission number 3
Did you say lichen?
is the Moresco Witchers, an opposing adventuring guild over in Moresco, stole the artifact that powers Landfall's ability to teleport, called the Landfall Orrery. They need somebody to go over there and, quote, negotiate to get it back. They have stressed that you definitely shouldn't steal it, and you definitely shouldn't hurt anyone while you're over there, because that would be bad, and it would make them look bad if somebody stole it or killed anyone while you were over there getting it back.
What happens if someone else steals it when we're over there?
Oh, they don't control what anyone else does. Just make sure, make sure you negotiate peacefully. Make sure you don't implicate anybody.
Is murder okay?
No, of course not. Definitely don't murder anybody. Though it would be terrible if they found out that Landfall did a murder. They do, for the record. Darwin's like, okay, but actually, don't kill anyone if you don't, like...
I was just joking.
Yeah, please don't try to avoid killing people if you can. I mean, I understand, but...
That also wasn't as baby point. It wasn't asking if murder was okay, that was me.
For sure. So those are the 3 options that you can get paid by the guild to do if you feel like it. So, follow your hearts.
I do like the idea of those windows.
Yeah, the windows, for the record, open up teleportation to a bunch of different places, and I'll draw little X's.
I don't really care that much, but I kind of care. Got other stuff I care about a lot more.
I go to Hellsmouth. It's right over there.
As a meta nudge, if you guys want to wait and make this decision after you've done some more talking to each other and some carrot weed about it, that is totally understandable. I just wanted to throw this out since Ruko mentioned it. So let me drag you back over to the camp.
Yeah. I want to take Baby Boy home and ask for a reward.
Don't steal my idea, bitch. What the hell?
We'll split it.
I want to check the
Who
quest board to see if
wants Baby
anybody's
Boy?
completed my quest.
Perfect. Let's wrap up this conversation real quick, and then we'll jump back to everyone else because I know Sketch and Fetch wanted to talk too. Anything else between Bruco and go ahead.
I guess I would. We know the missions that are available to Landfall, right?
Yes, those are the three.
So, if he's recommending I go on the other. Tex, you're going to the north.
Hell no.
Okay.
I have no interest in helping the guild out. I'm gonna enjoy taking a long vacation.
Vacation filled with murder? Of a certain group? Perhaps? The witchery kind?
You don't know that.
Well, whatever you have planned, fine. I'll take the other mission. It'll be fun. 1, don't hurt yourself. Don't die. 2, raise hell. Whatever you're doing. Prove it.
I'm sure it can cause some trouble here.
Okay, then. I trust that you will either coast on someone's back or cause hell in your own way. Enough to survive. So, good luck.
Yeah. Stay safe. Don't forget, if you die, that makes things very inconvenient for me.
Ruko looks like, he looks touched that he is a great inconvenience to you. He's like, aw, that's so sweet. You never said something so nice.
Try to take the Magi, he'll keep you safe.
Nah. And the score may be worse. I swear, the longer we spend with him, the lower scores we get. Anyway. Tex, good luck. Raise hell.
As that is going on, Sketch, it's about this time that you see that Fetch has returned.
Oh, cool. Hey, Fetch, you got a second?
I'm like moping and walking like angry, kicking dirt, throw the gun down. Didn't learn anything. Nothing whatsoever.
Nothing at all. Well, that's unfortunate.
Nothing I didn't already know. It belongs to the Antic Raiders.
But you don't know where he went now. The specific guy, anyway.
No.
Hmm.
Trust magic to solve all your problems. What's up?
I have to talk to you about something real quick. But no one else can talk about it. Oh, gravy! You have gravy. Where'd you get gravy?
Yeah, we'll talk over some gravy.
We can talk over some gravy.
Christ.
Sometimes I put biscuits in mine. Do you want any, or are you just gonna?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's like. Do you know what bread is?
What's bread?
Oh my goodness, I forgot. You don't know it anything. Bread is it could be the best thing ever invented, but don't eat bread made by giants. It's made out of bones, but normal bread isn't made out of bones.
I think I'll pass on the biscuits. The gravy, thanks.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about gravy. When I was, away, I found something that might be able to help us out. Making 6 or 7 or 8 search units is going to take some money, right? And maybe getting mom and dad back also is going to take some money.
That second one for sure will cost.
Yeah. It's really, really valuable. So valuable that I was warned not to tell people about it, and I kept it from you.
Oh,
Yeah, I was worried that, an evil witch was going to scry on me and find it and come get me because she knew how much it was worth, but apparently she didn't care that much, so that's cool.
well, that's good.
Yeah. I'd show you right now, but the cat has it. Tex has it. Tex, Bruco, and I kind of found it together, so we have to share a third of it, so we both get a sixth of it, but it's worth a lot. I don't remember how much because I've heard a few different numbers. It's just hard to find someone to buy it because it's worth a lot and has magical properties, so maybe we shouldn't even sell it.
Well, what is it?
You can use it in some sort of healing magic or, maybe even resurrection magic. I hate to think the worst, but if we don't get to Mom and Dad in time, they're both so far apart.
There's no such thing as resurrection magic. Right?
It takes a lot of power, which is why this moonstone is so valuable. It's because it can help with that.
If we can do that, there's no way we can sell it.
Right. I figured you might say that too. I just don't know how we split it 4 ways if we can't, break it. But if you break it, it's not worth as much, so we can't do that either. But anyway, I wanted to tell you about it. I'm sorry I hid it from you. I was just worried.
Do you show it to him,
That's
mother?
okay.
I can't show it to him. Tex has it.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, carry on.
So when I get it from Tex, I can show it to you, or we could go wake him up right now and make him show us.
Now, I don't know that cat very well, but I do know that he cannot be trusted to hold it.
He's not allowed to eat it. He knows he can't eat it. It's in a little lead box, and you're not supposed to lick it.
Wait, why can't you lick it?
If you lick it too much, it's bad for you or something? I don't know. It just tasted kind of funny.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Boy, that's... Yeah, I can't really tell you what to do. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with it either, so we're just going to keep passing it around for now, I guess. But if we, befriend a king or something, maybe he'll buy it from us. That'd be cool.
No, we need it. If it can... And I've never heard of this in my entire life, but if it's possible to bring someone back from the dead, we can't sell it. We need to keep it. So maybe our goal should be to make enough money to buy the shares off of the other people who have shares in it. Make sense?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. We just have to have money to pay them off, and we can keep it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now that's another goal. Make money. More
we'll keep
money.
it in our pocket until we get Mom and Dad back.
Yeah.
And if we don't have to use it, then there's a lot of people we can bring back.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But yeah, I'll show it to you next time I get it, or I'll just make Tex show us at some point.
Yeah.
What?
Don't worry about lying.
You guys drinking gravy over here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, do you want some?
Yeah.
Nice tails.
You want to? Thanks, nice tail. You want to show him the thing?
Yeah, I want to show him the thing. We probably shouldn't do it right here, though.
Okay. Give me your gravy.
Okay.
I put some gravy on a little plate and put it on the ground.
Cool. I'm gonna take some of my fried bananas from Ranch and dip it in the gravy.
Oh my god! What are those?
No.
Fucking yuck.
Gross.
Do you want a biscuit? Part of a biscuit? I cut it up so you don't choke on it.
Biscuit me.
Okay, here. Let me crumble up a little biscuit and put it in.
yeah, I'll give you guys the stone so that you can actually finish this conversation.
Making me feel weird.
Yeah. You guys go off somewhere a little more private, and he shows you his
I'm
stone.
assuming after he eats his, he will continue to eat off our plates while we're gone.
Oh, that's not it.
So,
do I get like a special feeling from it? Do I know what the heck a moonstone is?
Boy. So it looks like a tiny little piece of light-colored, almost white stone. It glows. There's absolutely obvious magic about it. Give me a... Boy. Give me either religion or nature. That's really good. You can definitely tell it's magical. You've spent enough time doing blood magic that you can feel that there is a necromantic connection from the stone. Whatever you're holding in your hands has immense power that could be used to heal, maybe even, if the rumors are true, according to Sketch, maybe even to heal death. It feels that significant to you. It doesn't unlock memories or any strange visions, but you are confident after some study that you are holding onto something that is probably the most powerful magical object you've ever been in contact with in your entire life.
Oh boy, that is pretty special. That's the kind of thing we ought to show Mom. Dang.
Yeah, I'd like to show Mom. It fell out of the sky right in front of us, so that was cool.
Sketches.
You mean it just fell out of the sky?
Yeah. Oh gosh, where were we?
I
We're
think
being
you mean
chased by the gorilla.
It was delivered to you by divine providence from Korik. Or someone else.
Yeah, I thought that for a bit.
Fetch,
but then I'm like, well, they were there too, so...
Are you proficient in religion, Fetch, or either of you?
Let me check. I'm proficient in most things.
Yeah, give me a religion check. That tracks. Fetch, you feel like you're probably onto something. That certainly seems like divine providence. That's way too convenient to have just happened. And Sketch, you're aware, especially having studied this, and I think you may have even known this when it fell. Moonstone closely associated with the moon, which is closely associated with Styx, the goddess of death, who gathers up souls when they die and makes sure they get where they need to go. And every now and then, in the rare instances where resurrection magic does happen, she is usually the god that facilitates it. Usually people who come back are called Styxborn. They suffer a lot of changes physically to their appearance, or sometimes Stygian. You would know all of that. It is very reasonable and commonly believed that Styx sends Moonstone to the earth as divine providence from time to time.
So it might be from Styx, so that's a completely different god, but associated.
How do you pray to Styx?
25.
How do you pray to Styx?
I was going to say 25. You probably know that. Let me go hit up the wiki real quick because I wrote this a million years ago and don't remember. But there are totally rites and rituals for Styx.
I remember reading through the Styx one at some point.
Admonishments credited. Here we go. There are many things that the followers are expected to do. You find and recover lost souls. Leave crumb trails when you travel through other planes so that you don't get lost there. So a big part of it is just remembering and honoring the dead. In that sense, it's kind of very similar to what you do with Korik. They're very big on memorial, and especially the memorial of family. It is very common for them to pray on the night of a full moon. And I think the calendar even tracks that, but I don't remember. But they would typically have a long, 2 or 3 hour long prayer session every month on the night of the full moon. And that's kind of the big deal with Styx. Otherwise, you're just praying to the moon.
Who's my favorite dead guy that I know?
Who do we like that's dead?
Well, we know a lot of people that's dead. None of them have been named.
Right. I'll have to think about that.
The guy in the cave.
All right, very well. Let's keep that secret. And hidden.
Yep. We've got it
Text
in
if we hang on to
Texas
it.
bag.
Just because we have thumbs.
I have a thumb.
Okay,
Did you get it back?
If I put this marble on the ground, how do you put it in your bag? Show me.
Well, I had to
This
put it in the
feels-
bag for him.
This feels deeply demeaning, first of all.
Mm. All right, I believe you. I apologize.
I will cast Mage Hand and put the thing back into my backpack.
Oh, dang,
Understand.
I thought I had you
Oh,
because
there
you
you
gave up your mage hand item.
I bought a new one.
Somebody bought him a new one, yeah.
Dang it, I thought I had him.
How do you do semantic components?
Good question. How does he do somatic?
I don't know if
With a little hand.
I don't know if Tex has done any magic that you guys have seen other than using the magic item.
Are you a he or a she?
I spread my legs.
I take a look. Glint.
I think he looks male. I assume the Tex looks male.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna spray you. Watch out.
I
Don't do
can't
that.
really tell.
Brace. Okay, moving on.
He's pure black.
Baby boy.
No details.
You do also see that at about the same time that that conversation starts, Jane returns with Kaz. If you wanted to try to catch her.
I thought you wanted to catch me, but
I say it's a little bit
great.
of, I think.
You guys lock
Probably a
eyes
little
from
bit of both
across the
columns.
campfire.
I'll just like wait. Hold on, I gotta get into character, guys.
That's fine. Really quick, while you get into character, I think while we were walking back, Kaz was going to mention that he knew the people he saw in that vision. If
Perfect.
you want to play that one out real quick.
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
Oh, why?
Oh, I'm baby boy.
If Kaz is still here.
He might be dead. He maybe did.
He maybe did.
He did.
You did.
There's a break.
That's fine. When we get back to camp, I'll...
No,
At some
I'm
point.
here, I'm here.
Oh, Kaz is here.
You're just in
Okay.
time.
I was in the kitchen. I'm sorry.
Totally fine. I just remember you mentioned that you might mention that you knew those guys, in which case...
Yeah,
We'll
and
talk
I'll
about that.
probably mention more about them and the whole family situation during the like carrot weed stuff later. But Kaz will definitely kind of just like during the walk back, and anybody who's been like watching him even like a little during that scene and on the way back has noticed he's like very very pensive. He hasn't been talking a lot, very quiet, and he's probably going through like a lot of visibly mixed emotions on his face. He looks like surprised at first, then relieved, then confused, and then like relieved again, and then a little angry. And
You all right, Kaz? You seem a little off after all that.
yes, I'm just trying to process that back there. Still, it's a lot to unpack. Those two gnolls that we saw, apparently building Drifter, or part of him at least. I know them. That was
Really?
my father and my uncle.
That's a small world, I guess. Do you know where they are?
I don't. They looked like they were wearing Emmerich colors and working on machines I've scarcely recognized the functions of even. Last I saw them, they were on a prisoner ship. I'm glad they're doing well, at least. Or alive.
Right. A prisoner ship, as in they were taken prisoner?
Yeah.
By the Emmerichs?
Cyril, actually. That's why I'm a little confused about all of this.
Huh. Do I know of any, like, publicly known dealings between Cyril and Emmer?
Give me a society check.
Can I give you one too?
Yep.
This is very all part of Kaz's concerns.
For sure. And, Jane does know that Kaz is from Fulma, right? Has that come up?
I think that's come up, yeah.
Okay, all right.
If not, it's about to. Kaz would kind of explain, I'm from Fulma, a place called Balmora.
I'm going to need the two of you guys to stop rolling that 20s.
I'd rather not.
It's okay, because this one's going to be a 1.
I thought that accent sounded familiar.
Both of you are keenly aware.
by saying a 1, it would actually be a 20. But...
right, you pulled the me. If you curse and taunt God, he will not slap you. Both of you are keenly aware, Cyrillin and the Imrics, big-time enemies. They've been at war for the past 40 years, ever since the Imrics invaded on the west. The closest thing that you could possibly call cooperation is that when the Imrics started to push Rosin Rock in Campaign 2.5, the Cyrillin Navy pulled back. It's not entirely clear why. They were taking a lot of losses to the Asiatic Navy. Some people just thought, it just wasn't militarily wise. Other people suspected that there was some sort of a weird thing going on. But even that wasn't cooperation. It's just Cyrillin got sick of fighting for the monsters. It was weird that they were fighting for them in the first place. And so they just stopped, and Imric started to take Rosin Rock, and it would have been stopped if not for the Ascension of Ra. With a natural 20, Jane, when he mentions that he is from Belmoral, that does ring a note. You've heard stories about Belmoral. Belmoral. Wait. Yes. Belmora. Shit, I had that written down wrong. Belmora.
Balmoral is Moat. I was like, why does that sound so familiar?
You're right, that is Moat. Shit, you're right. Okay, Balmora, yes.
We know those campaigns are connected too.
No! I've written that down everywhere. Balmora. Balmora rings a bell. You've heard stories about this. Balmora was a little harbor town over in Fulma on the Southwest Cape. It was attacked a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. And it was kind of a weird case because there was a lot of confusion about what really happened. Essentially, the story that people kind of have settled on is that Basal, which was at war with Fulma for a long time, did a false flag operation pretending to be Cyrillin, came over to Balmora, bombarded them, sacked the city, stole a bunch of stuff, and then later got outed by Cyrillin. And Cyrillin's like, hey, don't use our flag to do false flag operations. They offered to basically form an alliance with Fulma and say, hey, do you want to go blow up Basal together? And Fulma was like, no, we're staying out of this one. We're done. We just want our recompense. We are not going to get caught up in another war over this. And the world kind of just moved on. It was sort of a one-off false flag operation that a lot of people suspect was Basal trying to incite violence between Cyrillin and Fulma so that they could maybe steal some land. Cyrillin, in retaliation for this attack, took a naval base that Basal had down here in the Whistling Isles, and that was kind of like their slap on the wrist, Basal, don't use our flag, don't do false flag operations for us. And then the world moved on. That's the official story. That is what most people in the world believe.
Sorry, where was that military base on?
Somewhere in the Whistling Isles. Actually, that would be known.
Does Kaz know this angle of the false flag operation stuff?
I think this was actually in your welcome packet, but there was a whole lot of shit in there, so it's totally fine.
I don't think I got anything about the false flag. As far as I know, and maybe this is just me reading it wrong, or maybe Kaz knows more than I do. I was under the assumption that Cyrillil did the raising in the middle of the night and the prisoner taking, and that I was also taken to the prison, the guards and everything at Luteon were wearing Cyrillil colors, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's a big deal, I think.
Yep. So yeah, that might actually be new to you. This might be new information.
So if Kaz wasn't aware of that, when she gets a little distracted from you trying to emotionally talk about your parents, and it's like, oh, there's actually some really interesting history about the town you're from. Goes on a wild academic tangent and probably still doesn't process that the academic information is meaningful to you.
Oh yes, I'm very sorry to distract you from the burning of my homeland to talk about the taking prisoner of my entire family. How heartless of me.
Oh, sorry, I get caught up in my reading sometime.
You say Basal did this invasion, though?
Yeah. So does the timeline? When did everything happen with your family? You said Cyrillin's attacked and took your family prisoner.
Yeah, Kaz knows that.
Yeah, timeline lines up. It was. I need to check my notes, but it was a couple of years, or maybe even just a year ago. It's pretty recent history.
Okay.
I think it was a year and a half or 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It made news even this far to the west. It was a false flag operation that Basal were impersonating Cyrillin, but if you were imprisoned in a real Cyrillin naval base, that's kind of confusing.
I'm pretty certain that the Cyrillin, or that the boats that took me to and from this place were both Cyrillin.
Although I suppose how long ago did you escape your situation there? If you don't mind me asking.
I'd have to double check, but you spent several months there. Several months passed while you were at Luteon.
I guess my question, like lining up timelines here, is it possible that Basal impersonating Cyrillin captured Kaz, took him to Luteon, and then he escaped, and then later is when Cyrillin took over Luteon? You know what I mean?
Right, I see what you're saying. Kaz, they were in Cyrillin garb when you arrived there, so you don't think that there was a change of hands after you arrived?
Okay, according to the notes you sent me, it was around 3 years ago when my homeland was attacked by Cyrillin ships.
I guess the reason I'm asking is because, if Basal was impersonating Cyrillin, wouldn't they also be wearing Cyrillin colors at Luteon? Or I guess it would have just been the ships and the attacking armies. Anyway.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, it's odd that you would have been kept at a Cyrillin prison under what was supposed to be, for what I've heard anyway, was a false flag operation.
Yes, it's a very... All of this is a lot to unpack. You see, my whole family was taken to this island, Luteon. And those of us that survived were shipped off at different times. My uncle and my father were the first to go. And now they're apparently somewhere wearing, at least, or working for the Emmerichs. Doesn't really add up.
That's what's confusing to me. That Cyrillin doesn't get along real well with Emmer. Maybe they were taken. Like you said, maybe the carrot weed will help.
I'm glad to see them alive, at least. But
yeah, I mean,
I only have more questions.
So do I. Every answer we get in this thing leads to 2 or 3 more questions.
All right.
And then we'll get back to camp and put the part back into Drifter.
Perfect. And Baby Boy, you see them go into the tent and are able to catch Jane if you'd like.
Yeah, at some point, probably just after me and Kaz come out of the tent, I'll find Baby Boy. Say, hey, do you mind talking for a minute?
Why?
It's about, and she kind of looks at where the seam is between the neck and body of your fursuit. Says, I suspect you'd like to talk about it in private, maybe?
Huh, sure.
She'll say it, but once we get somewhere off to the side, just, I told you that I really wasn't gonna pry, but I'm just curious about how you ended up with the librarian. I reading those stories the other day about the little girl from door number 9. It just seemed awfully familiar. Did something like that happen to you?
Question: but that wasn't read on stream or anything, was it?
I think you were at the library with me and Foster when we were reading all that stuff. So
yeah, I meant more like for the viewers at home.
So, Jane did a bunch of research. If you haven't seen it already on YouTube, there are a bunch of YouTube videos where Jane very graciously recorded all of the lore that was dropped. There's 20 minutes of lore drop in Jane's voice. So if you want the full story, you can go check that out.
Thanks, Jane.
Yeah, Twitch viewers, did you do your homework?
Yeah.
God.
I assume that we'll probably cover the important bits here, but if you feel like listening to a long essay about the lore of this world, it's over on YouTube.
Can I see the book?
Hey, does he get an extra hero point for that?
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, you don't just get a hero point, you get proper inspiration, which means it is banked between sessions and doesn't expire.
Ooh,
And I should probably start handing those out for
delicious.
like artwork and stuff too. I'll try to be better about it.
Well, thank you.
What?
Does it work like actual inspiration? Do you take the better?
Maybe. Let me double
What
check.
if
So it's not completely fucking useless.
What if you don't have skills?
If you don't have skills, other contributions are good too. We'll figure something out. I don't want people to feel left out just because they're not artists. We'll figure it out.
Can I see the book?
Oh, that just means I have to start writing and posting it.
Yeah. And she'll fish around in her backpack and pull out the girl from door number 9 and show it to you.
Yeah, him and Mare start like looking through it, looking at like publication date, author, just kind of getting information on it.
Sure. Yeah, it's right there. You have academia lore. It's not even a check for you. You are able to see that this was published a couple hundred years ago. The original writing was a little older than that, something in the ballpark of, I think, like 250 or something. I'd have to check my notes, but ballpark 250 years ago, by a Basali woman in a printing company at Bazatat, which is their colony in the Wistland Isles.
And Jane will even say as much. It's like, I think I know where it was written, roughly, and the descriptions of where this little girl lived sound conspicuously similar to the author. I just...
That's humongous.
Okay, let me pull us back over to this one.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
In truth, I know I don't really have all that much right to be prying into your personal life, but reading the story just made me think of you, made me wonder if you were somebody like this little girl, if you found your way there by accident and never got out.
Before I answer that, I'm curious what you think
About the story? It's good. It's a good story. I can't help but feel like if I was a little girl, I would have been tempted to stay there forever.
I'm willing to.
No ponies is the only problem.
I'm willing to tell you some things, but perhaps in return you could give me whole answers, whole truth answers about yourself, specifically about what happened after the train station and the connection to this ship analogy.
Sure.
So then I must ask, do you want the long story or the short?
Whatever you're willing to share. I'll take as much as you're willing to give me, I guess.
First off, as you well know, I'm a boy. This is riddled with misinformation. But the basis is true.
You're saying the story is actually about you specifically?
Oh, and Bear.
So you know this Moira Myrad?
Never heard of her. But you asked for the story, no?
Yeah, sorry. Bad about interrupting. Go ahead.
All right. I'll give you a plethora of information in hopes that you'll do the same. When I was about 5 years old, I lived somewhere in the area. I didn't know where. The riddle I gave you was the bits I remember. My parents didn't really like me. I was troublesome. The village didn't really like me either. I spent most of my time playing alone. Yeah, he like pulls out his little puppets. I used to pretend that the other kids were my friends. One day, when I was spying on them, I overheard a way that you can make a wish come true. So that night, I waited for the stars to come out. And when I saw the first star in the sky, I said the magic words. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I might have the wish I wish tonight. And I wished with all my little heart for a friend. Then I went home. Over the next few days, I did the same every night. I wished. Then after maybe, I don't know, a week, maybe 2, I was making my wish. And the star glowed very bright. And then I realized there was a falling star careening right at me. It plummeted and stopped right before me. A big shockwave shook the trees around me. And Mare gently fell into my hands. He was very tired. He had slept so long. I introduced myself, and he told me his name was Mare, before drifting back off himself. I was so excited. I went home and went to bed myself. I was very tired. The next day, I was so excited. We went and played all the games I always wanted to play. There was this cave that I heard the big kids talk about. It's a dangerous place, very scary. But we wanted to go on an adventure. This cave was full of stars, dangerous ones. You should not get too close. We were able to go in, and they did not bother us. Mostly because of, and he like, am I speaking too softly?
If you have a little more, I bumped you up as much as I can, and you're still a bit quiet.
Sorry, I think it's just.
It's okay. You're fine. You're good. You're just a little bit quiet.
Is that better?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I think I was also kind of just whispering, maybe.
Fair.
I'll try to speak louder. Mare, if you would. And then all of a sudden you see all the like little gravitational anomalies appear and just start drifting around baby boy in a slow orbit. There's a dozen, maybe 2. None of them really get too close to baby boy. Maybe maybe a foot away from him. And you're probably one of them actually does touch you, and it feels extremely weird. You feel gravity within your body, wherever that is at, like start to shift and twist. It's not painful, but it's definitely uncomfortable. These kept the stars away, I think. And then again. But then we found the door. And it was very curious. It was just a door in the middle of the room. We investigated it, looked all around it. Eventually, I found my way through. And on the other side was a magic garden. Oh, I was so excited, so pretty. And little did I know, very dangerous. We played and found a giant castle with a giant door. And eventually, the librarian came out. He was confused on how we got there, but he was kind. He gave us food. But this is another place where the story changes. He said something similar. that I could not be there because of, what is and no and up and down and around and round. But Mayor could not leave. He was an anomaly. So I said goodbye. And I left. I cried all the way home. My mother saw me crying, and I told her about how I lost my only friend in a magic castle. She must have thought I was playing pretend. She told me that I could just go again tomorrow. And that's what I did. The next day I went back, found my way home, found my way back in, broke inside the castle, played with Maya, played with the librarian. He sent me home. I did the same for a few days, till eventually he let me stay.
If we could find where you lived before, do you think you would remember the way?
We can get back guy. There's a problem. And I didn't ken if it is an impossibility I can even handle. I already know that time within that realm is different. I fear I may have been there for hundreds of years. The pendants are probably dead. I plan to use the cat to find them. But
She nods. Do you... I know you were just a kid, but do you know what year it was? Do you remember anything about what was going on in the world when you were a kid?
everyone kept a distance. No one really talked to me.
Do you remember, as a kid, ever hearing about a war that was going on? A civil war?
God.
Boy, give me a D20 minus 2.
How do I do that?
You could just click the D20 down in the bottom of the bottom right side of the screen. We'll subtract 2 from it. Nah, man.
Well,
nah, man. You were like 4 years
okay.
old.
Makes sense.
I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of hoping that when we went back to my town, I could see my parents and just, I don't know, see what they were like. See if they were happy without me, sad without me.
Jane seems like very touched by the story. It makes her a little bit emotional.
There goes Jane with her irrational emotions.
Yeah,
again.
always so emotional, Jane.
So you don't know how long it's been. It could have been... I mean, I guess it must have at least been, 15, 20 years just for you to grow as much as you've grown?
I thought it does put things into perspective for me. And then it also means that my master has been gone for longer than I know. It was 2 weeks for me in there. Who knows how long it is out here.
You call him your master. Did he eventually not let you leave? Did he eventually tell you had to stay? Or did you choose to stay?
Don't go outside, baby boy. It's too dangerous. And then Matt and I break out. And then he's like, baby boy, what did I tell you? Oh, you're such a good boy, though.
I think that we should try to find your parents, your real parents, if they're still alive.
I'm pretty sure they're dead, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. I do plan to use the catweed for a memory I have of them. Just so happenstance to be the same day I told you about, just before.
Yeah. Who knows? If time passes strangely in the library, who's to say it couldn't pass the other way? Maybe it hasn't been as long as you think.
When I talked to Ruko, he said that a person that I saw there was wearing clothes ancient in style.
It is about this time, speaking of carrot weed, that Sketch and Fetch are kind of getting things ready. In the background. If you have anything you want to wrap up.
Seems like they're getting ready out there. Should we join them?
But I guess this will be the big reveal. I thought about doing when we eat and just take it off the head and be like, boop boop.
I'm a little surprised you were able to smoke through that thing.
Oh, I'm very practiced. Mostly because I was practicing.
There is a thing that I have learned in my many years of dealing with this. Suitors can do anything with practice. It's the craziest shit.
So first of all, allow me to say that it's crazy that you guys have a word for suitor. Like, this is news to me.
Yeah.
There's a separate term for.
Oh yeah, it's really only a very small part of the community that is even interested in suits.
Yeah.
I knew that part. I just didn't know there was slang for it.
Yeah.
Can I pull back the curtain for a second?
Yes. And we're gonna jump to Jaeger.
I originally planned to have baby boy take off his head probably the first time they ate. Originally, or his mask or whatever. But then Feck made a comment in one of the chats saying, I'm pretty sure he's going to keep it growing as long as he can. And I was like, honestly, bet, let's go. And that's the only reason I've been trying to get out as long as I tried. But originally I was like, yeah.
Direct spite toward Feck.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it just sounded fun. So I did it.
All right. As you guys
The
are...
secret is you take the pipe and the mouthpiece end. You dip that in some cherries. See, like I'm doing now? You dip that in cherries, then you breathe in the smoke. The smoke will taste like cherries. See? Like this. See? You watching? Anybody watching?
Everyone's watching.
Do you have any other flavors?
No, just cherries.
I'm not.
No macaroons?
Why
Fine.
just cherry?
It would have to be infused in what was being burnt. I'm not sure it's very well.
It's cherries or coconut. Take your pick.
Oh, coconut sounds lovely.
It
Could
is
I
lovely.
dip mine in rum, or would that make it burn too fast?
That's probably fire hazard.
Fire hazard, yeah.
Right.
Especially considering the rum that you drink. Gee whiz.
Before we jump in proper to the carrot weed, there are a few people who have not gotten to do much yet, and I want to make sure that you don't have anything you want to do before the carrot weed. First of all, Branch, is there anything you wanted to do before we do the carrot weed? It's totally fine if you just want to jump into it.
I'll pull Jane aside and be like, fuck. Yeah, I'll pull Jane aside, and be like, looks like there's enough for 9 people. They said.
I think so.
Yeah.
I can sit it out. It's all right with me.
You sure? You seemed very eager when we did it the first time.
Don't get me wrong. I'd like to, but other people here need it as much as me, and it belongs to you. I can understand if you don't want me to have it.
20 gold and I can sit out.
That's a lot of money.
So what I dropped on the amount of G's I dropped to get it the first time.
I understand. Can I You probably don't want to answer this. I'll ask it in case you do, though. Can I ask what you were going to do with it if you don't drop out?
Branch pulls out his like new arm that his mom gave him and like starts trying to feel it for a bit. And then like realize I can't feel anything that this arm has, right?
Correct. Yeah, you can move it and control it, but you don't feel through it.
Yeah. Yeah, he runs his good hand over it, and after like not feeling anything, it's the time when I could still feel shit in my other arm. Got a new one, by the way. Not by Tesseract, if that's what you care about.
Yeah, she looks at it like any element of like animosity or personal tension disappears in the favor of just like, ooh, that's interesting. So she just like she looks at it like, ooh, cool. That's that looks pretty nice. Does it work well?
He just like waves her around, tries to like see if I can like do like a fucking arm spin with it without like it breaking or anything. Seems fine to me so far. It's like I'm moving. It's like I'm constantly swimming with this arm. That's about it. Like I don't feel right. It just I don't know. It's a gift. It feels sentimental, but it just don't feel right. It's not the same.
Yeah, it'll take time. It'll feel more natural before long. I'm guessing.
How the fuck would you know?
That's just a guess. I'm just guessing.
Right. He bums a cigarette and like, so what the fuck are you gonna imagine with your carrot weed?
That's the best fucking deception check I've ever
Sure
rolled
is.
on the most paper thin lie I've ever told. This is gonna sound strange, but when I left home to come out on this, whatever this is, I had this weird vision, premonition, or something. It was like a dream, but it felt completely real, like nothing I've ever experienced. And I want to see if I can figure out what that was or where it came from. And yeah, I'd say I'm willing to pay 20 gold to do so.
Branch puts his good arm to his forehead and is like, fine. It's like everyone here has more important things to worry about than me. 15 gold. And I'll let you in.
Sure. 15 it is. Thank you.
Yeah. And yeah, that's just... Jane has my turn.
All right, wonderful.
There
you go. I'm just going to like delete 15 gold if you want to just add it. I don't know how to give you gold, but
I don't. The giving stuff is way too complicated.
Yeah, that's fine. We will come back to you, baby boy. I know you got a thing, but I want to get to people who have not done much yet, just to see if they have anything.
Jane's not wiggling her way out of this.
Right.
I was gonna say I thought I was about to get to just walk away from that.
Yeah, I almost gave you a freebie, but no.
Foster, we had the potential to do a lot with you, but the dice said no. Is there anything that you would like to do before the carrot weed?
Probably not much before the carrot. I have something before we go like to bed, depending on how the carrot read plays out.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess before the carrot read, just really, really quick, I'll find text when we're done with like a Scrygunk stuff.
Yeah, easy enough.
Hi,
Hey.
text.
How'd it go?
I didn't learn very much. I saw a woman. She looked like a knight of some kind, and she was I think she was the one that attacked you guys. I guess she was carrying a piece of it, and then the undead guy you guys took it from her.
Huh.
But
Did
not
you-
much else.
How good's your memory?
I've got it's like a prison up here. Just can't forget anything.
Literally the worst memory in the party.
Cool. I'll take out the totem. Did you see this on her?
Ba, 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 ba. Yeah.
Long shot, I imagine.
Yeah, it was on her belt.
Oh, sick.
Can I sell you on a folklore check? Do I know what this is?
Yeah, hit me. This is a little adjacent. Probably not the full +5, but a +2 is appropriate. 22. Yeah, absolutely. You've heard stories. Yeah, you're from Searlin even. This makes a lot of sense. You've definitely heard stories from out east, which is Blimidil for you, but back then it wasn't called Blimidil. They were called the Affixi Nations. You've heard stories from the Affixi Nation of purple totems carved from wood of beasts that were used very rarely to try to tame or contain evil spirits. They were used a lot out in the swamps when witches and fae and hags would come down from the mountains. They were used to kind of like barter, but more importantly, like contain and sometimes control those spirits.
Oh, yeah, it's an old Fixie totem. She had one on her belt. Or that on her belt, I guess.
Good to know.
Why do you have it?
Well, she had it, and we killed her, so I took it. And now it's mine.
You know, it's hard to argue with that logic.
I will say, Ruko, if you would like to overhear this conversation, you can overhear this conversation.
I am starting to overhear now.
Understood.
Well, if I get my hands on some more scry gunk, I'm gonna hopefully try again. I want to get to the bottom of whatever this is. A second one showed up overnight. I don't know where it came from, but
Hopefully you have better luck.
I think you said maybe Eildwood brought it in. I don't know. It'd be the first time that she brought me something like that.
Usually just mice corpses.
Yeah, usually just bones or whatever she's killed.
Does she talk?
No, not that I know of.
She's like, you're familiar though, right?
Yeah, I think that's the right word. She's, I don't really know how to describe it. I guess the old growth sent her to me, and I just kind of eventually understood what her name was, and it's not words so much, but we can communicate of a sort.
Can I do a check? Is Eildwood a daemon?
Give
Would I be able
me.
to tell?
Oh boy, that'd be hard, but I'd allow. Give me an occultism check. Boy. Kind of hard to tell whether Ild was a daemon or not. What you can tell for sure on the 23, you've been in combat with Foster before, is that true?
Yeah.
You've seen that when Foster casts spells, Ildwood is a part of that. She is a conduit or a channel, and that is very common in occultism when you're deriving your power from some sort of a patron. It's clear to you that she is not just a familiar, she is to put it mechanically, a witch's familiar. But in world, diegetically, that just means that Foster is drawing his power from something big, and Ildwood is the conduit for that.
Okay, so the old growth has either created or sent Eildwood as like their link together.
Right.
Okay. Well, should we go smoke this whatever they found?
Yeah, I think it's getting to be that time.
All right, last person. Narafi, is there anything you'd like to do before you smoke?
Yeah, I want to go to fetch and sketch.
All right.
I want to make sure like they're okay with this. So I kind of walk up to them. I'm like, Fetch, Sketch, you're going to be leading this carrot weed thing, I hear.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
Is that all right with you? Sharing this with us?
Why shouldn't it be?
It's a
It's a
cultural
good
thing, no?
ritual.
Well, we
Sure.
can share it.
I'd
You just
share it.
can't do it without us. Sorry.
I don't care
He
if
just
anyone
nods.
does it without us.
No,
Our
I was just
culture
making certain.
has produced this great ritual that's very important to us, and it should be important to everybody, and I think the whole world should have it. Cultures that isolate die,
That's true.
like mine did,
True.
or is actively.
A very
Well,
noble sentiment.
it's not that isolated. At least it's walking around, yeah?
I think it's the most isolated place on the planet. At least the most dangerous terrain-wise.
If they have those gates on the on Sarchun, we really need to get more of them, right? Because then we'd have multiple safe places. It's still
That's
though
right.
like we'd only have 6 or 7 safe places as opposed to other places.
That's one of the reasons I'm here with you right now. I want to ask you if you want to join my task force. Strictly off the books. This is not a landfall thing.
What is a task force?
How do I explain the task? We're just going to form a little secret club group, yeah?
I don't like secrets.
Secrets will keep you alive.
Oh.
You're going to learn that.
All right, sure.
Well, you can hear what it entails first. You don't have to immediately say yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was. Okay. He just looks at Sketch like, yeah, you're the level headed one. You're the one who jumps into things without thinking. In his mind. We're going to do a little raid on the Moresco Witchers and take back what we need. We're going to do it in disguise.
Oh, okay.
We're not going to kill anyone, but we are going to hurt a lot of people.
And steal things.
And steal things.
From
And then
who?
conveniently, it's going to be sold to Landfall.
From the Witchers.
The Witchers, yes.
I don't know. I'm pretty busy. I gotta hit the road. I gotta travel west.
This will help you move there faster. The windows, you see.
Windows, not gates. I knew I had the wrong word. Thank you.
What have they done to deserve it?
They have what we need.
They stole it to begin with, right? So it's just stealing it back.
This sounds like
yeah.
old-fashioned tribal war. Let's go, baby. No women, no children.
Jesus Christ.
What do you mean, no women? Women are warriors too.
Well, no pregnant women.
Okay. They're probably on leave anyway. You won't be the only ones on that force. Don't worry. I'm looking around.
Okay, I was wondering why you just picked us too. I mean, we're pretty cool, but like there's...
I know, but this is something that would benefit you quite a bit. Yeah? You're trying to get to your father?
Yeah.
And your mother.
Yeah.
I just
They're
need
both.
to make sure, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll buy our disguise once we put on war paint.
Well, we're not going to put on war paint. You can put on war paint if you want. I'm still going to disguise you.
Fetch looks horrified.
Oh,
You don't even have to put clothes on.
We just have to make sure we
task
use
force.
we use colors that
Have you-
don't belong to
yeah.
anyone. That'd probably be best.
You've hunted before, right? You know the concept of an ambush. You know the concept of stalking prey, being stealthy.
Sure.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna do. You're not going to be seen. You're going to look like something else, like a camouflage, but it's a person.
So not war.
Or like stealth war.
More like hunting, but hunting people.
Hunting? Well, we're not hunting people. We're
not
hunting an
killing
object.
people. We're hunting
we're not killing.
things.
We're taking an object that we need and was ours to begin with.
We're stealing. Back.
Reclamation.
Yeah, there we go. That's a better word.
Don't tell anybody about this, eh?
In times when one tribe has food and another has too many warriors, a little food-stealing skirmish never hurt anybody. And we are hungry.
We are hungry.
What?
There's like 3 different people trying to manipulate these two, and it's great.
I'll do it, but I am wearing war paint.
Yeah, you can wear war paint. Don't worry.
War paint helps blend into the environment.
Yeah. Don't spread this around, but keep an eye out for someone who would want to join this as well. This cannot reach landfall. They don't want to be a part of it.
Well, yeah, if they find out about it, then it's as good as them being involved, so they can have.
You understand?
Yeah.
You should probably talk to Finn and Darwin as well. I've mentioned your predicament, and they may have the memory set up for you at some point.
That'd be good. I think I bought a rip lens forever ago to use that. I think that's what that's in my pocket for. I forget, but I'm still holding on to it.
Oh, I have an idea.
Yeah.
If we're going after the witches, we may as well grab that artifact we need to get the teleporters back online while we're there.
That's what we're Excellent idea, Fetch.
He's the
what a good boy.
For sure.
Ah, yes, I can see the smart one.
Yep.
Incredible.
Jesus Christ.
All right. As you guys sit down,
Well, hold on.
What you got?
Jane's
Oh,
not
right,
working her way
yeah.
out of this.
Right, yeah. Baby boy, go rest Jane. Yeah.
All right, Jane.
Yeah, Jane is truly like, oh, looks like everyone's getting ready for carrot out there. Should we join them?
He like pat next to her. No, not quite, Jane.
As you join the circle, Fetch asks, cherry or coconut?
Oh no, we're not joining just yet. We're just off to the side. She has some explaining to do.
Oh, right. What did you want to know?
Introduce. What happened at the train station, or after the train station? Its connection to the analogy of the ship?
She looks down at the spellbook. She double checks that the front of the tent is like closed. She like seals it a little bit.
Sure.
In truth, I told you most of the truth, though I guess I couched it a little bit. If I can be clearer. There was an accident. The train exploded. Some sort of... But I, Zeke, don't know a bunch of train terminology. Jane knows all of it and can describe exactly what happened in excruciating detail.
Short version of boiler explosion.
Just for clarification, you and your husband were on the train?
No, we were standing on the platform waiting to take a train to town, Yapicaport, for New Year's. Going to visit his parents, or my parents. And there was an explosion. And that was the last thing I remembered. And I woke up. At the time, I didn't know how much later. I found out later it'd been a number of days. And found out that I was, for lack of a better way of putting it, dead. She sits down on the edge of her, I guess it's not a bed in this tent, she sits down at the end of her sleeping bag and opens her backpack up and digs through it and goes into like an inside pocket It pulls out a black, what looks like black, or like a bluish, like a dark blue leather, like a doctor's bag, like an old-timey house call doctor bag. And it's got the Tesseract Arcanovations logo on the outside of it. She snaps it open. She says, my husband, he wasn't hurt. He made it out okay. And he took me to get help. I was unconscious, some sort of coma, and wasn't going to survive. He ended up at Tesseract. And they offered to move me out of my body, which was dying, and into this. And she reaches into this bag and pulls out what essentially looks like an instruction manual, like a little pamphlet, and passes it over to you. And
I'll
it's,
pick it up and like start thumbing through it.
yeah, if I can probably describe the details to the extent he wants to, but it essentially is an instruction manual for a whole, complete android body.
Yeah.
She will.
So Fetch may not be so far off with Drifter. But
It's not quite that, or maybe it is. It could be.
do you have your organs, or is it just your soul?
She puts her like middle fingers onto like the inside of like the crooks of her elbows on either side of her arms, like on both arms, like crossed in front of her, and then like drags her fingers along the inside of her forearms until they're like locked in front of her. And when she does that, her like eyes start to glow bright blue, and her face like splits down the middle into like 4 panels that kind of slide open to reveal machinery inside. We use this thing, not really using it to do anything particular, but just for the sake of using it. And she says, there's nothing left of my body. This is all I have now.
Does it feel different?
You wanted to know what it had to do with the king's ship.
I mean, this is your kingship, though.
There's layers to it. In the one sense, I do wonder if I am still who I was before. But it's bigger than just that. It's... Her face kind of like slides back into place. After it happened and I got back to my life at home with Booker, I can't tell you how many people I had to listen to tell me how lucky I was. And how I should just be grateful to be alive, and I just don't accept that. It's like Fetch. He wants to go back to the way Zulakara used to be, for things to be how they were before all this. And everyone keeps telling him that there could be a better future if he's just willing to work for it and to make it. I don't accept that we can't go back.
So then the plan is to return to the platform and save yourself.
She nods. And to save my life and to get my life back. That's all I have left now. I can't go on being some running an orchard and pretending like my life hasn't been completely lost to me. Everyone, my parents, Booker, can't understand why I can't just move on. I had to bury myself. I had to bury.
Like, reach out, like, pat you on the shoulder.
So that's what I meant when I said that I'm not going to rebuild my ship. I'm not going to lose it in the first place.
I think I understand. So, if you go back and you stop yourself, what will you do then?
Sorry, 1 second. Oh, that's such a good check. Okay, cool.
Bless. I wasn't going to ask for it, but I'm glad you did.
I'm sorry. What would you ask there, baby boy?
So if you go back and save yourself, what are you going to do then?
It depends what you mean by me.
You, this version of you.
I presume it will stop existing.
If it stopped existing, it will hit a paradox. No. So therefore, this body must continue to exist in order for you to change time. No.
I understand. It doesn't make perfect sense. There's so much that we don't know about magic and about chronomancy and the dimensions and what can or can't be done. I just have to believe that answer lies somewhere in what we don't know. But that loophole can be closed somehow. I don't know how. I just know that I will do whatever it takes. And I know that you know that. And she kind of looks over at Drifter.
And that's the whole truth.
She hesitates a little bit. And I rolled a really good deception check, so. She says, "What do you think your parents would have done to get you back if they had the chance?"
That didn't answer my question, Jane. And I honestly believe they do very little.
I think we should head out. They're waiting for us out there.
It's probably about this time that one of them does actually call, like, Jane, are you doing?
I will actually grab her arm. Your answer.
Yes. That's the whole truth.
I don't want to be gimmicky, but since she literally refused to answer that question 2 times, can I do an insight?
Do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do it, you won't.
I probably won't succeed.
As always.
And Kenmare second, because as of the level up, he can speak and understand common.
Absolutely. As always, because this is PvP, I'll let you guys resolve this between yourselves, but you're both adults and have played with each other for 8 years. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Has it been 8 years? Oh.
It's probably been close to 8 years, yeah. Yeah, withering away.
Matt Damon gift. Oh, that's so bad.
Hard read.
Look at this guy using hero points. Oh my god.
No, I didn't. That was Mare. Mare is 25.
Oh. Mare, who can communicate with you, can can tell that Jane has not lied or told anything untrue, and that everything she's saying here is very genuine and very heartfelt. But that she's still like omitting not just like some details, but omitting like the detail, like the key thing. Then probably with the 1 point over the deception check that Jane did. Jane does genuinely feel like she answered your question, though in a roundabout way, when she asked, "What would your parents have done to get you back?"
So assuming. You do feel like a thrum as Mir's voice comes out. Perhaps the whole answer another time.
Jane's faceplate closes on the front, and the eyes go back to dim. She nods and unties the front of the tent.
You find everyone is out. They're mostly painted up. They're basically just waiting on you. They've done some extracurricular stuff that is probably not technically part of the ritual. And yeah, Narafi, what's up?
Yeah, before this, I want to give my spot up to Darwin.
Oh, I mean, if that's all right, I'm sure we can think of something to do. Yeah.
I mean, I have secrets that will come out here.
Ah, I see. Well, I can cover your ass.
And you said you wanted to?
Yeah, I would like to, one of the reasons that there are a lot of reasons that we came back, but one of them is because we'd like to learn what happened to someone we knew. So yes, if you don't mind. Also, remind me in the morning, Gigi opened the shop up and found a bunch of things that might be useful for all of you, but we'll save that for the morning.
Yeah, the morning. Let me go talk to... And he looks over at Branch. I have to make sure this is okay first. He's not very fond of you guys.
I've noticed, and that's understandable. We wouldn't want to make him upset.
Yeah, so no promises. And he walks off to check on Branch.
Enjoying this shit show. It actually looks like a great time, honestly.
Yeah.
Dancing in fire naked?
Yeah. Thank God nobody can actually see this, right? Oh, fuck.
It's like blurred.
Not anymore.
Oh no. Oh good, I'm already covering myself. That's great.
I like how if you
put your
press
spin back on.
If everyone presses like flip at the same time, it waits a bit and then flips everyone at the same time. It's funny. Anyway, what do you want, Narafi?
Hey, Rakiza. How's the arm?
I talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's sentimental and shit, but it just don't feel right.
Numb?
What?
Numb?
Numb and, like I said earlier, it feels like I'm swimming all the time with it, and I don't know. You ever feel like you're underwater all the time? It ain't comfortable after a while. But
yeah, I've swam before.
You never know with you desert folk. But again, I was expecting it to feel like it felt when I actually had one, and it don't feel like that.
Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. Or maybe it will. More expensive ones are more...
That's what I'm hoping for one day.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, if you want to have it more articulated or feel more natural, perhaps advance it at some point, you can talk to Kaz or Sketch about it. I'm sure they're studied enough to learn how to fix it, or at least make it look pretty.
Look pretty. That might help a little. There's a whole... There are a lot of opportunities with this arm that I would never do anything on my actual body. Alright, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I figured you like the flashiness.
You know me so well.
Just a bit.
That it? Just wanted to know how my arm says.
I was also wondering if it's okay if I sit this one out. Offer my spot to Darwin.
Huh?
He's cheeky.
Yeah, why him?
Well, he has something he wants to see, and I have secrets I don't want out.
you could ask everyone to like leave or something. You've
wouldn't
helped
do
me a lot.
that.
I feel fucking bad if you just set this shit out.
Nah. I'd like to watch, is all. I want to see how this works. I've never experienced a ritual like this before.
Yeah.
I
Tell you
could
what.
smoke. I'm just not gonna smoke the weed.
Oh, did I ever offer you one of these? And he just gives
Yeah,
you.
you did.
Yeah.
When we sparred the first time.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Here. You know
It's
what? Rock
not a
paper
hookah,
scissors
but
is.
it's alright. Yeah, I suppose.
Oh. I'm surprised you knew that, but not how to fist bump. But anyway, if you let's just I want to play rollies
It's
with
how we
Marathi
decide
real quick.
shifts.
And whoever gets higher, if I get higher,
Alright.
I'll take Narafi's turn, and then he can just give it to Darvin if I get lower.
Understood.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want the key, yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shit. Fine, give it to him. But make sure he knows I dropped 15 G's on these.
I will.
Nah, thanks.
Maybe he'll give you a bonus.
I appreciate that.
I go over and tell Dar. Well, if you're saying something, I won't leave yet. He just leaves immediately.
I gave my turn to the fucking time lassie.
Really? I had the impression that you weren't getting along.
Oh no, we aren't.
Do you want to talk about that at some point? Perhaps in private.
No, I just sold my turn to her for a marked up price, but honestly, anything I feel like I could learn from this from the smoke, I feel like I already learned it.
Alright. Oh my gosh, it's Pip.
What is this thing?
Reverse
Rafi,
Pip.
can you squish it?
No, wait.
All right.
Hold on.
It's a deity.
Narafi, do you go over and tell Darvin?
Yeah, I do. So after like making sure it's alright with Branch, I go. Tell Darwin, yeah, it's okay. He did pay 15 gold on it.
Oh, yes. Well, I will. In fact, let me go do this. And Darvin comes over to you, Branch. Branch,
Sup?
please take this. I would never ask for this for free. It mostly sounded Narafi had some secrets, and just take this. And he hands you 3 gold pieces.
Oh, wonderful. Rafi's just being polite. He really just, I don't know. I feel like he might have a soft spot for you.
Secrets don't make friends.
Well, I think you'll be disappointed to... Actually, that's not what Darwin would say. Darwin would say, oh, that's great. I like him too. You guys are all great. You're wonderful.
Yeah. So
Yep,
what you
that's what
gonna...
I'd say.
I guess I'll see what you have to show us later on.
Right.
All right.
Well, let's get to it.
Can we just have like Gigi stand, like lean over the top of this campfire when we're smoking, so we could just kind of secondhand see what happens when a giant gets real?
Yeah,
high?
I'd rather skip the part where we get naked too. Is probably why.
Oh, is that not part of this? They were all doing it, so...
I
I'm
thought
a
that was
frog.
other character.
All right. How do you guys want to do this? You want to roll? You want to roll initiative? You want to just pick your order manually? What are you guys feeling?
Does anyone mind if I sit in?
Initiative. We're playing.
Let's do it. Let's roll some dice. Everybody roll initiative.
Initiative.
I will say,
Yeah,
if
roll
you
initiative.
want to, you can choose to roll with advantage or disadvantage if you want to go earlier or later.
I'm going to pretend that I have the feat after you,
And go last?
so
Yeah.
I'm going to go last and also get panache.
Understood. Your panache lasts
Wow,
for
you're
6
so
seconds.
stylish.
Oh, that's not true. It lasts till the end of combat. You're right.
Wow, is this combat?
I'm actually going to use my Chrono Skimmer dedication to go last.
All right. Wonderful. If you guys tie for last, then give me rollies to see who goes actually to last.
Mine becomes 1 plus whatever my initiative would be.
Oh, I see. Okay, then I think
oh,
Narafi,
yeah.
sorry, Kaz just actually goes last.
Right, right.
Oh, Ruko.
Yeah, track.
Use your hero point.
If you want. I will remind you, there's about to
I don't
probably
actually
be some
have
lore.
after you, but if you want to let me just go last, I'm fine.
No, if you don't actually have after
actually
you,
have-
go fuck yourself. You can't moat me like that.
No, I don't want that.
That's your fault for not looking at my character sheet.
Dude, there are 10 of you. I am trusting.
I'm giving you screenshots of my actual sheet.
Such an innocent and trusting DM. Haven't you learned after playing with me for 10 years? I lie all the time. Most of the time, I don't even know I'm doing it.
Yeah, he just gets things wrong a lot.
Yo.
It's not his fault.
Yeah, it's not my fault.
It's not his fault he has 23 AC.
I'm a victim of psychopathy. Oh my god. No, don't. Damn it.
That's amazing.
What did you
You're actually not first, surprisingly.
The fire's so nice this time of night.
Let's see, who do we need? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're missing one person. Who is it?
I don't want to go first.
Darbin? Did Darbin roll?
Darbin rolled. Is it
isn't up
Sketch?
there. Yeah, he rolled, but
He
he
rolled, but it's not down there. Weird.
He rolled like a 26 or something, and a 28.
Got it.
I was trying to give myself disadvantage after I rolled a 26, and it didn't work. Wait, where'd that come from?
Sorry, I did that for you. I'm getting you on the list, so I don't.
Oh, can
lose you.
I keep that one?
Sure, can't. 26 it is.
No.
Why does everyone want to go last?
Because I don't like going
They're all
first. in
shy.
anything.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we
At
are
least we're not in a
all
Rafi.
in.
Fetch, do we need to
Rafi
do
would
roll?
have gone first. He's like, okay, bitches, let's go.
Hey, Fetch, do we need to do rollies?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
I actually got a 13.
What did you?
This is 100% just taking me back to like the high school anxiety of like, oh, I have a presentation, so even if I'm prepared,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't want it first.
Dude, you gotta go first or second. You cannot wait. It has to be first or second.
That's me
So,
every single day.
I like going third because the person who wants to go first is a terrible asshole who makes the person who goes second look terrible. And then I can bounce back on 3 and be okay.
Right. If it's flexible,
But
you obviously wait until somebody bums and then you go. But if you aren't given that
Yeah.
luxury and you have to choose ahead of time, number 2 all day for me.
Number 3.
I just preemptively start booing, that way they bomb, and then they get in front. Knowing that they hate me already, so I can do no bad.
Let's see. So Baby Boy bumps to 19.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
Arthur grab Sketch's wrist and pull him toward the beautiful lion. We're both gonna sit on either side.
Okay. Yes.
What outfit
yes.
is this for Cackles, by the way? I can't see. It's so dark. Is he like a, what, painted dog? Wild dog?
It's a lab assistant, so he's got like little goggles.
Oh!
Got boots. He got little boots
Oh
on.
my gosh, he's got boots, he got the PPE.
Little goggles and little.
Yeah, he's got his PPE on. He's
gloves on.
protected.
Amazing.
OSHA
All right.
certified cackles? Hell yeah.
We begin with the one I was not expecting to do. Darbin kind of rushes into it. He's like, oh, I wasn't expecting to do this. I haven't really thought of it, but, well, and he'll take a drag and exhale. And as he exhales in the smoke, we see the streets of Famador.
Wedding night?
No. No.
Consummation.
Does he pull too hard and start choking?
We see the streets of Famador. Finn and Darbin are there. They're walking the streets. They're in plain clothes. They're kind of just, they're on the lower streets for what it's worth. They're on kind of the poorer side of town. And between them, with one hand in each of theirs, is a young gold-scaled dragonborn girl. And she's just kind of asking questions about, oh, what's that? What's that shop like? Ooh, that's a big ship. What is that like? It's bizarre. She looks to be in like her early teens, but she's very inquisitive.
Tweens.
Early tweens, which I guess is also technically true. But she's got this like very new to the world curiosity to her. Like she has not seen a tall ship before. She has never seen a carriage before. And the two of them are just sort of happily explaining, like, oh, that's what that is. This is where you can buy fruit. Have you ever had this? And they stop at a stall and they get, I don't think ice cream is around, but, waffles or something like that. Some street vendor dessert food. And the vision is brief, but it's pleasant, and it ends. And he will pass on. Oh, actually, I should probably find the token real quick. Yes.
What are the chances I'm somewhere in this vision hidden in the background doing some criminal
give
shit?
me a D100.
Strangling 3 fruits, Eddie.
Giving free fruits at decent
Oh,
fruits.
yeah.
You
Free for 3 fruits at
We probably actually, I don't think we see faintly off in the distance branches being chewed out by one of his superiors for like something dumb.
Wow.
Yeah.
Classic branch.
Real just embarrassing shit.
No moment. Okay.
Hey, look, it's Birch.
Oh yeah, that was the day I let Three Fruits Eddie escape.
By the way,
Started
the
when it all went
visions.
wrong.
That's when it all went wrong. Not when I started working for them. Okay.
By the way, Mr. DM,
Yes.
how do you envision these visions? In smoke, like playing out above the bonfire kind of
Yes.
deal?
So basically, as you exhale,
It looks
the
like a
smoke-
drive-in theater.
Yeah, kind of. It mingles with the campfire smoke, and the smoke gets unnaturally dark, and it kind of projects almost like a hologram. And I've thrown it up here, if you can see, so that everything is well lit. I made a special thing for all the tokens we're about to see. But all of you just see these visions in the fire, essentially.
Hey, Lair Delilah.
And when Darwin finishes, he will pass to Kaz. Kaz, what is your memory about? I can take over whenever you're ready, but get me started.
Okay, so Kaz, it's real pensive and kind of hesitant at first, but then just kind of says, "Oh, fuck it." And he takes a big hit. I'm gonna roll a Constitution to see if he coughs or whatever.
I guess Kaz might not smoke.
I thought I
assumed that he
offered
would.
you, and he did, and he took it.
He might not do it often, but anywho, Kaz envisions the night that Valmora was bombed and raided by Cyrilo,
Wonderful.
or who he thought was Cyrilo, at least.
Perfect. Let me see. I think I've got a thing for this somewhere. Yeah, I do. Cool. All of you see this memory as it begins to unfold. The memory begins with the sound of a distant alarm bell. And the echoing cracks of cannon fire coming from the harbor. And as Kaz wakes up and scrambles out of his bed, makes his way out into the courtyard of his family's casa, we see your uncle.
Real quick.
Yes?
Do we have a casa or a villa?
You guys are probably actually rich enough that you might have a villa. That might be
Hell
true. Yeah. It was a pretty wealthy family. And you find, actually, as all of these people pop out in their PJs, they're in nice PJs. They look to be a pretty wealthy family.
They own PJs.
They own PJs.
Villa PJs.
You are immediately greeted by your uncle and your older brother, Captain and Sharon. Please correct me on all of these names. I'm going to get them wrong.
You bombed me on the day of my sleeping.
I mean, you made up most of them, so... they seem
True.
reasonable.
I know you corrected a few of them. Anyway, we'll collaborate.
I know that I just changed whatever it was at first to Captain.
Right.
How dare you also give him a beautiful purple coat?
This has always
Yeah,
been
what are you
highlighted,
doing,
guy.
in fact?
Very-
Why would you do
It's
this?
very Sasuke.
Kind of.
Suppose, yeah.
The poses, for sure.
As the three of you look out the
Kaftan.
arched entryway towards the bay, you see a fleet of 12 ships illuminated by bright moonlight under a clear, starry night. And at the time, you were a machinist. You had had a little bit of interaction with boats, but you weren't a sailor at the time. It wasn't really your area of expertise. But now, looking at this vision again, crystal clear, with newly seasoned eyes, you can see that although they are flying the colors of Cyrillin, and the flags, and even the soldiers on the ships themselves are Basalian make. They have a swooping bow, a stern that kind of curls up in the back like a sea monster's tail, array of oars, kind of like a Roman bireme, but it has all been retrofitted with modern masts and a sail for a longer overseas journey. And when you first look out there, the three of you, the ships almost look peaceful, but the alarm bell makes it very clear that they're not welcome here. Something is wrong. And as they turn abreast, you can see that the tall masts are not the only modification that's been made to these ships. Each and every one of them has been outfitted with a daunting array of guns. And when the ship that is pointed in your direction begins to broadside, time almost seems to slow down. Even in this moment, this danger, your first thought is analytical. It is a machinist's mind. You remember freezing in place like you're stuck in a dream, counting the flashes like stars in the sky. There are 6 culverins, deep and hardy. At this range, you think to yourself they're overkill, but you imagine they're probably aimed high towards the government buildings. There are 4 demi-cannons that do the bulk of the work against the docks. Their heavy thumps quickly make driftwood out of the merchant vessels that are safely moored in the harbor. Below deck, you even count 8 more falconets at the ready, presumably waiting for some sort of resistance, although there is no sign of the Fulmano Navy to be seen. You kind of laugh to yourself and think that those guns will probably sit idle the whole night, No one was ready for this. Nobody was expecting this. And if they've made it this far into the bay, it is too late to stop them. Your eyes instinctively start to drift to the other ships as if to verify that they've each been outfitted with the same loadout, but you're suddenly snapped back to reality when you hear your mother and your father emerge from their balcony room, along with your younger brother and sister. It's about this time that your uncle comes back out with a slew of rifles slung under his arm, and he starts tossing them out to all of you. You remember reaching out to catch as he tosses one in your direction, but that's about the last thing that you remember aside from a ringing in your ears and stone clattering around you and into you. And then some amount of time passes, and you wake up with cold iron shackles around your wrists and ankles aboard one of these ships, the Concrete Kutar Incubus. I'm going to butcher this name, but I'll write it out for you. And that is where Kaz's vision ends, and he passes it to Sketch.
Okay. Sketch will take a little drag off of it. He's not a pussy, and he holds it. It's fine. And he lets it out. Let's see, and I have to give you the memory, right?
You do. I have less prepared for this one, so we're going to kind of ad-lib this. You tell me where we start, and we'll go from there.
Okay. It's going to open up to a scene with the circus tent. Or I think we worked in a tent, I'm assuming.
Yeah, absolutely. In and out.
In and out. Sketch is actually backstage, peeking out into the inner ring. Argus is next to him. They're wearing matching outfits. Sketch looks around really nervously. Bundlecunk's gonna have Lucy rip us in half if this doesn't go well. Are you sure this is okay?
It's going to go great. Don't worry. We've almost got it down. We just got to work on the footing a little bit, and I'll make sure that they tighten those ropes up. We wouldn't want it to slip.
Right.
You look great, by the way, up there. It's mesmerizing to watch.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's nice to know you watch. I figured you'd get sick of it after a while.
Well, of course I do. You are an important act. I have to do my job, right? And he kind of, like, does a cheeky twinkle, like, clearly that is the only reason he's watching.
Right, clearly. Got to make sure I don't, look bad out there.
Oh, well, I don't think you could do such a thing. So, I believe we're planning on spending an extra week in Octima this time when we make the circuit. There's a really nice tea house that I would love to take you to sometime.
Oh, can we do that? Is that okay?
I think I could probably get it brewed. If you can save up a couple coins, we can... You know what? Forget the coins. I'll cover it. It's worth it.
Oh, thanks. That sounds great. Yeah, let's do that.
Out of character, how much does he know about your family situation at this point? Have you told him about Fetch?
Oh, I'm sure that came out pretty quick.
Okay. I have also heard that there are a number of diviners in Octima. It is a very magical place. It's right near Mount Avalon. Maybe, if I put in a good word with the madam, she could let us visit one.
Oh, I'd need even more gold for that.
Well, I think we could probably just negotiate it onto your contract. I'm a pretty smooth talker, and I think I've got an in with her.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Do you know where that's at, by the way? Like, how much more I've got?
Oh, well, I could check. I think it was at something like 2.5 years, or something along those lines. I'll see if I can get a report from Petunia. She can be a little bundlecunk sometimes, but she's good at paperwork.
Hooray, I guess.
And that is about the point where this vision ends. Next in line is Foster.
Alright, I'll take it, and I'll take a dragon, because I'm really not a bitch and don't have lungs. I'll just hold it.
Hell yeah.
That's right.
Hey, can I stop you? Can I get you?
Yeah, what's up?
I need everybody to tell me which of the two flavors you go for when you pick it. Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
that makes sense.
I want a choconut, or cherry oakanut. Can you put them both?
Yeah.
What were the options?
Cherry and coconut.
Chirokinut.
Or Chorokinut.
Disgusting.
Right? Both bad choices. Team neither, please. Just give me the smoke.
Once you put it in, it's just there, right? You can't wipe it off.
We have 2 pipes. One's a cherry pipe, one's a coconut pipe.
We'll get a blueberry one next time, but Fetch wanted cherry. I'm Sketch.
All right. Fetch is able to set you up with Cherry Foster. What do you think about? What memory you submit?
I think a couple ideas go through Foster's mind initially. They start to think about the old growth, and then they start to think about Thalia and try to bring back some of those happier memories, but then they wind up kind of settling at the person at the heart of their current situation, and they think about Olin Ravel.
That makes sense. I assume that's probably the attack. I feel like that would be the strongest memory and maybe one of the only real memories that you have with Olin.
As far as I know, at least.
So yeah, essentially, we all see the scene play out that we saw in that memory way back in episode 3, I think it was, of you guys all see Foster for the first time in his human form. Whoop. You watch his
skin.
He is basic. I assume probably just sleeping or doing like late night duties. It's pretty late at night when there is suddenly an attack, and from there things get hazy. But you watch through these memories as Foster has their life taken from them, and then they are risen as a zombie and marched through the corridors of the Vesper house, building this larger and larger army of the undead. Basically rising the knights that they slay and turning them against them until eventually they have swarmed the entire house and palace and castle, and indeed the entire feudal estate. Until eventually they arrive at the courtyard, where they have found the Lord and Lady Vesper and knelt them down, and Olin Ravel finally confronts them. The necromancer who's been turning all of them, this silver-scaled dragon. And they ask, why them? Why would they do this? What could they possibly want? And Olin Ravel responds that the Desolate King demands it. And they ask again, why? Why could he need this? And he responds simply with, why would I tell you that? And orders for their throats to be slit. And that is where the vision ends.
Jesus.
Really loving the vibes around this smoke, you guys.
Do
In a
it.
great mood right now.
I expected something happier from you, Foster, but
Was that?
Anybody else having a bad trip?
No, I'm just looking at, Darwin.
Was that you, Foster? Is that what happened to you?
They're kind of as much as a skeleton can 1,000 yards staring when you ask that, but
You had so much skin back then, it's hard to recognize you.
You've really exfoliated since then.
that was me.
Walks over and just puts a hand on the shoulder.
That was me. That was my last night.
it ain't your last night. You're back now.
I guess that's true. I'll turn to probably Fetch. Looks like he's closest. It's supposed to help me find the person in my vision, right?
No.
Kind of.
It'll.
You're gonna get
You
a second
explain it,
trip,
DM.
I believe.
You're good, Fetch. Good, Fetch.
No, I mean I didn't mean that sarcastically. I don't think I've got it totally right, so I want you to do it.
Okay, go ahead, Sketch then.
So after everyone gets our group visions, we'll have a personal vision, and that should help answer your question or find your person. Give you a little push.
Okay.
And no one else will see that one though, so.
All right. Next up, Baby Boy.
So before picking this up, I'm going to do two quick things. Baby boy, one of his tentacles reaches into the mask and pulls out a little jewelry box of jewelry that he had commissioned not too long ago.
Yep.
Holds it in his hand, and it like floats above his hand, and then it just like collapses upon itself like a submarine at the bottom of the ocean.
Mhm.
And then he throws it in the fire.
Okay.
Kaz, you're a man who can read the sky, no?
I hate to interrupt what was pointed at me, but I already rolled it for shits and giggles. Cackles tries to take this as the pass between Foster and
I think Baby Boy is able to. I don't think a 17 beats it, but you do see that the entire time Cackles is trying to like monkey in the middle of this. This is it's being passed around.
Hey, let me get a hit. Come on.
You pay the entry
No,
fee?
Cackles. You're far too young for this.
What?
Picks Cackles up.
Then Baby Boy looks to you, Kaz.
You can navigate with the sky, no?
More or less.
You can see the sun in the sky. Can you at least figure out the latitude?
Oh yes. Compass directions are easy baby shit.
In this vision,
Baby boy shit, even.
Haha. If you could, in this vision, look at the sun, note the season, and perhaps you can help us find the latitude of this area.
I will do my best.
And then Baby Boy is going to reach up real quick, and he's going to grab his mask and pop it off. And he's going to then push a button and do a little kickstand push up, and he like puts it down so Mayor has a little stand to sit on. And then he...
Really?
Yeah.
Just so fucking casual.
Like this is just normal shit.
He has a fucking Willy Wonka like suit. Okay.
And hold on, I'm gonna make a secret roll real quick.
I look over at Darbin and Finn. It's the second one.
Yes, I think you're quite right.
Which one is... Okay. Okay. Baby Boy looks a little irritated. But then he like go ahead and he just focuses his mind, takes a deep inhale of it, and he blows out the smoke. And well, you know, I already told you what this is going to be.
All right, perfect. We first of all, Kaz, before we do anything, give me a survival, or if you have sailing lore, or if you can sell me on anything else to like navigate by the sky that you see in this vision. Which, granted, difficult DC, but possible. It's doable. We're anime characters.
Oh boy.
I don't even know if is there an equator in this world?
Yeah, absolutely. We actually, I don't think you were here for this conversation, but we had a big long talk about the equator and the horse lines and the tropics and how the wind channels work, carrying all the way over from Fulma to here and through the Whistling Isles.
Nerd shit.
Nerd shit.
Yeah, for the record, you ask Kaz this, and he's like, "Okay, I'll do my best." And then you do this, and he like probably does just like stare at you for a...
Yeah, and it's just like it's a kitsune.
Yeah.
Under it all.
Kaz looks confused. Cackles probably starts like screaming and runs off.
Yeah, it is. I forgot that only half of you have seen this. For the half that haven't seen this,
This is brand new.
This is brand new. A Baby Boy is pulled off his head, and it becomes pretty clear after the initial shock of like, oh my god, did he just rip his own head off? That is a remarkably well-made costume.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have put
I know
tomato sauce inside the head. So everybody
Oh, too late now.
Kaz did roll. I can't remember even what the situation was, but I rolled really well
Yeah.
on something long ago to realize that like, oh, there's like a seam here.
Yep.
So
Kaz and Tex, I think, were the two that knew.
he's very surprised at first. He's like, oh, okay, and he kind of brushes it off. He's like, I'll pencil this into question later. For now,
Oh, it's a
she said-
suit. How shocking to all of us.
All right, Foster also knew. Yeah.
So you said survival or a lore skill, if I could say.
Yeah, if you have like a sailing lore skill of some sort.
I
Or-
Give me two pieces of information, one right, one wrong. And there's like Echo Fae or Guided Pursuit. I was like, it's either of those.
I don't have sailing lore.
Survival's probably your best bet then.
Would fireworks or underworld lore?
No, but I appreciate the hustle.
I mean, like, you have to, like, you know,
Fireworks go in the sky.
Yeah, like you don't shoot off fireworks when the sun's out. Like, so
What
I
is
don't-
the
I
sun
don't-
but
I
a
don't
giant
want to-
firework?
Yeah, you're right. And the underworld is the opposite of the sky, so you know what? It probably counts.
Yeah.
If you go down far enough, you hit the sky again.
Oh, wait, Feck, I can maybe actually help with this. Holy shit.
You have a thing? It has to be perfect sense of time, down to the second.
Oh, wait, it's only if you're trained with astronomy lore. Never mind. You can like look at astronomical events and know exactly what they are, but
I see. I
don't have the right lore skill.
Yeah.
Disregard.
Understood. All right. The scene opens in a house, a poor house. It does not look like these people are wealthy. And we see Baby Boy. He's young. He probably looks to be like maybe 4 or 5 years old. He is scrawny. He is unkempt. He's dirty. He appears to be of normal proportions for a 4-year-old child at this point, which is noteworthy because even under that suit, modern Baby Boy is weirdly tall, weirdly big, weirdly bulky, and kind of stretched in weird ways. He is not your typical kitsune. He's way too tall and gangly and stretched, but then also meaty. He's a bizarre creature.
Important child Baby Boy question.
Yes.
How many tails does he have?
All mine. You can see that he has 9 tails, even at the age of 5 years old.
Interesting.
Very unusual.
You can ears, toes, and fingernails.
The normal amounts.
I also have
Okay,
9
cool.
for each of those.
Yes, true.
9 of everything. Everything.
9
Weird.
tongues.
I'm like a Krogan, but 9.
You see that he is unkempt. He's dirty. And he's sitting at a kitchen table eating a meager breakfast, just probably some sort of porridge or oatmeal or something. And that as he eats, he is surrounded by these little, just spiraling, spinning gravity wells. These distortions of space. Light bends around them a little bit. Every time that they come past him, his fur and his tails kind of like drift in their direction gently. You see that across from him at the table is a kitsune man. Similarly scrawny and a little dirty. And his mother is nearby, appears to be doing chores, washing dishes. And we watch as one of these gravity wells drifts past a cup that was sitting near the edge of the table and whoop, pulls it over, and it cracks and shatters. The tea inside spills across the ground. And the man across the table kind of slams his fist down. Damn it, boy! Get out! Go! Get! Baby boy, what do you do?
I'll kind of get startled, jump out of my chair, probably with my mouth full, and just scamper outside, and get a few feet away from the house and just kind of sit in the grass and just wait.
As you wait outside, you hear arguing behind you, yelling, the slamming of drawers and doors. Eventually, there is as the door opens up, and you see that your mother steps out, weary eyes, and she kneels down. She's got a little pouch in her hand, and she kind of motions for you to come over. She motions for you to come over, but she tosses the bag and then takes a few steps back, like she doesn't want to get too close to you, and waits for you to pick it up. Go on, baby. Make sure you're home after dark.
I'll go over and pick up the bag and take a look inside and see the food and possible toys she left for me.
Yeah, there's not a lot, but there are a couple of wooden blocks, and there's a wooden ship, and you can see that there are just a couple of scraps of hardtack and some dried vegetables and a little bit of old cheese. It's not great, but it's food. It'll last you through the day.
And then we'll go find one of my favorite spots to go play.
Yeah. You find a hilltop where you like to spend your days when these things happen. And you do see that there is a little group of children that are all kind of playing and talking. And you overhear a conversation about wishes and how if you wish upon a star and you say just the right rhyme, then the wish comes true, they say. What does Baby Boy do?
I'll try to get close without being noticed. I'm interested. I want to hear what they're talking about.
Yeah, give me a d20 plus 1. As you get a little closer, there's as a rock kind of slides down the hill, and you see one of these children kind of looks over. It's him! Spread out, run! And they all just scatter. off into the playground, the woods, back to their homes. And that is about where the vision ends.
Oh, baby boy.
Baby boy, baby.
I'll
What
play
would your
with you, baby
parents
boy.
do? James.
Right, their shit's like
It is so hard to keep my mouth shut.
some tone deaf shit in retrospect. Jesus.
Is that where you're really from?
Why?
Got a better deal now?
No, very much so.
I'm glad to hear that.
I must admit I was not paying very much attention to the moon or sun and stars through all the tears.
Feck, is there any universe where I saw any indication in that vision of what was like what year it would have been or like what era?
Sure, I'm into it. You could give me a society check.
Time, she loves it. Why didn't you make time your lore?
I'm glad I didn't
Time.
have parents.
Kaz goes over and scoops baby boy up into a big obnoxious hug. Says, "You were just a baby boy. How could he treat you like that?"
Oh, I think you're kind of so sweet.
So how did you start talking all fucked up like?
Excuse you, Marafi.
I assume that my parents had my accent, just sucked didn't want to do it.
Yes, that's true. I'm very bad at that
Okay.
accent in particular. I'm bad at many accents. That is one of them.
You will do a New Zealand accent off the cuff.
Oh my god!
Scottish?
That one.
If you think that was off
That
the cuff,
wasn't off the cuff.
yeah. Did you
that
mean
was
sweating my ass off for 2 weeks, hoping I didn't fuck it up?
Okay.
You did great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did
Oh,
well.
At one point, Mary does like speak up. He's like, "I didn't know that, baby boy." No, yeah, it's before you were there.
Poor baby boy. Come here, you need a hug. I'm sorry.
Jane.
Does Sketch come over
Yes.
to hug baby boy?
Yep.
He hugs you, but he seems leery.
Oh, I can put my clothes back on. I'm sorry.
Imagining the parents fighting in Scottish makes it worse for some reason.
True.
Just Shrek yelling.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Sorry.
I like how we both started screaming at Scottish at the same time. So that's
Yeah.
probably what it sounded like.
Probably, actually.
Yeah.
James-
Oh, it's like in Brave when Merida and like her parents fight.
Yeah. Jane with the 16, you're not able to nail it down to like the specific year, but you can tell that it is old for sure, because you don't see like any. I'm trying to think of a technology that wouldn't have been around 200 years ago, but there's. Boy, oh boy, this is. I should have had an answer for this. For one reason or another, because you're smart, you can tell that this is probably not any time in the past 100 years. It seems to be older than that. And 16. Hard to identify from like the architecture what like nationality or civilization this is, but you can see that the region is kind of cold temperate. You can see pine trees and mountains in the distance. The sky is a little gray.
Okay. Jane takes a minute to process all that. And doesn't like get up and go walk over and give baby boy a hug or anything, but looks at him with a bit of like a, I don't know, she gets it now sort of look.
Yeah. Baby boy will put his hat back on and go back to sitting like a fucking animal.
So, those spatial anomalies that happen around you, they've been around since you were born?
Oh, I. Gravity likes me.
I have no
Wait.
idea what you said.
That was before?
So you were always like this? Just.
Aye. Gravity likes me.
That's good.
Next
you did
up,
have a friend.
Say that again?
You did have a friend.
Oh, gravity's no friend. It's an anomaly. Not sentient, but I understand the sentimentality.
Keeps you grounded, no?
Barbara kind of chimes in. You know, even
Hey,
things can be people.
Aye, but gravity is more of a force.
Whoa, but you misunderstand. Even forces have personalities if enough people care about them.
Like fire. Fire's just temperature.
Are we really at the point of smoke section where we're having metaphysical conversations already?
I haven't
No,
smoked.
this is hardly metaphysical. There is, yes, you've heard of the god of fire? Fire has a personality.
Yeah, I'm sure the campfire really appreciates us using it as our dank fucking as our dank
Well,
vision handler.
It does.
We haven't given it any sympathy yet. It might in a while.
Oh, of course we have. We may not be thinking about it actively, but even the mere act of sitting around a fire and enjoying its warmth is sending a small trickle of sympathy to both Ruthris, god of the hearth, and Viskrak, god of flames.
Do you guys think that rum right will be dragged?
Do you think Rum is always gone?
Bjarni, god of libation.
This is the first time, probably since the cave incident, where Branch will give a glance to Jane and roll his eyes.
Yeah, she does the same.
Yeah.
Is there a god of gravity?
Oh my god, there should be. Hang on, let me go see. I think that actually is Grim, if I remember correctly.
Bill Grimm?
Hey, Grim himself.
Or do you mean like Tam Tam Grimm?
Just Grim. I was wrong, though. That is purpose and possibility. If there isn't, there should be. Oh, wait. The
Can it be
heavens.
me?
Yes,
I'll do it.
Constus.
Oh.
Constus, god of the heavens.
Never heard of him.
Probably not, yep. He is sort of a newer god. He came around a few hundred years ago in the Age of Eden.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was me. I did it. I was born and he took my gravity.
Anyway, Fetch is up next. Fetch, what do you think about?
Something happy.
I'm gonna go ahead and go for something like a little bit happier.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna think about our favorite,
Gravy.
like a favorite holiday tradition, ritual, festival kind of thing. Back in the
Hell yeah. Tell me about it. Tell me what this vision entails. And if there is a specific person or thing that you think about, let me know what that is. But it's okay if it's just the event in general.
Nice try. Actually, Fetch wasn't there at the time, so you're up.
Oh. If Fetch wants to pass, that's also totally fine.
No, it's fantastic. There's like, they get the whole village together. Everything's decorated. Everybody's got on really super colorful body paints that aren't the war paint, because that's always red or white. But everybody's like super colorful. Everything's decorated. They build a gigantic, enormous super bonfire in the middle of town. That's definitely not filled with bodies.
Of course.
And yeah, and then
Like for real, not filled?
Yeah, there are no bodies.
Okay.
They get the drummers involved. Boom, they're hitting the drums. It's all rhythmic and cool.
Hell yeah.
And in tune with the drums, like dancers start like standing up out of the crowd and going into their routine or whatever. Nobody knows who the dancers are going to be.
Yep. And
So
as
that's fun.
As that happens, the rhythm drives up, and people start to join in. Dancers join in, more drums join in. And after about 3 or 4 minutes of this, the earth itself, to the tune of the beat, the entire land begins to shake with you as you celebrate. And the vision comes to an end. And that brings us to Ted.
Cool. So, what do I do with this? I just inhale.
Branch like inhales a cigarette and is like, just like that. It's easy.
All right. First, pick a flavor.
Right. Here, can you put the fried banana in there?
Yeah.
Cool.
Someone's probably gonna hold it for him because he doesn't have a.
I summon a mage hand.
It's got tricks.
Oh, that's handy.
Hey.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha.
I killed Jane.
This was the trigger.
It was the final straw.
He just starts rolling around and doing sand, punching each other.
This didn't he give away his hand?
Yeah. Sure did.
He sure did. And yet here one is.
So
he's got really prehensile tails.
Fortunately, there's an extremely affordable magic item that lets you do the exact same thing.
True.
Oh, wow.
That we are now at a level where we can get. Yeah, we'll take a inhale.
Exciting.
Excellent. And what do you focus on? What do you think about?
Oh boy. Well,
Tell us.
Tex thinks about the ritual and the betrayal, and is going to focus on. I believe I was going to do the sad panda totem.
Understood. Excellent. I will ask you a meta question here. How dark do you want this scene to be? And by not emotionally dark, visually dark. How much should they see?
Uh,
I swear to God.
whatever you're feeling, baby. You're the narrator here.
Spill that tea.
Spill the tea.
Wonderful.
Spill it.
87%. Dark.
That's so
light.
light. 87% light.
Yeah.
I love how each of you went a different direction with that.
So, I will say that Tex is not trying to necessarily keep this a secret out of any sort of any sort of feeling of necessity for his own safety or security. He has far too much ego for that.
Bless him.
He's been keeping it kind of quiet for other reasons.
Understood. All right.
Okay.
Let's see then. We find ourselves, or you all see a scene set in the depths of a cave, shrouded in 87% darkness. Within that 87% darkness, I know, I'm so sorry. I did ask how much darkness do you want? We find a pair of glowing green eyes that are seething with anger. They are bound in chains that seem to be made of glowing glass, almost as if made by sunlight, and gagged by a wreath made of sunfire. And we see within those chains a shadowy form of a beast, tall, standing on two legs, claws and horns, struggling and straining against the magic that is restraining him. And then we see a figure. I don't believe many of you have seen Edel yet, but Edel's true form, this tiefling with pale skin and hair split down the middle, black on one side, white on the other.
Winkling.
Revealing tokens, slowly but surely.
Oop, tech laser sound, check.
Oh, we got one. Hell yeah. Edel is standing in front of the beast with about a dozen wooden totems carved from purple wood of various animals arranged around them in a circle. Nearby, we see the person responsible for the chains. It is a short, stocky dwarf in brightly colored red and yellow and black armor, holding up a jet black religious token of a frog towards the beast that the magic is clearly emanating from. Will you just do it? I can't hold this up forever.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
From over Weiss's shoulder, we see Lucia. Do it. Weiss has a blank, detached expression that snaps up to you when you ask, what the hell do you think you're doing? Weiss looks down at the totems and then back up to you, back down to the totems, backs up to you. And then, as if their mind has suddenly been made clearer, kneels down and selects the tiger. They hold it aloft towards the beast, and blood begins to trickle from Weiss's nose. There is a rush of wind, quiet and cold, and for a brief moment, the eyes of the tiger totem glow a soft green. And then the beast's shoulders droop. His head droops. He slacks. He looks less angry. He looks down at the totem, no longer furious and writhing and trying to escape, but stunned in disbelief. The chains go slack. Lucian stares at the beast and then glances to Edel. Is it done? There is more to do, but the dangerous part, I think, is over. The rest will take longer, hours, maybe days. You do not have to stay. Take this, and I can bring the rest. Lucian looks to Edel and then to the other witchers who are standing beside him. Oh, I didn't get Ingwat. There is also an elephant lady. Let me go grab her. looks to the Witchers, and then looks back over to the dwarf. Serndrum, stay for a few hours, just in case. The rest of you with me. Lucian takes the totem of the tiger and walks off, leaving Edel, Serndrum, and the beast. Edel approaches the beast and looks into its eyes one more time as a tear rolls down its face. But the beast isn't looking at Edel this whole time. It is looking at the totem as it is being carried out of the cave, never to be seen again. Edel takes note of this and reaches towards the sunfire in the beast's mouth, and with a wave of their hand, dispels it. And the beast pants heavily. What do you say?
Well, what am I feeling currently?
Overwhelmingly, it is the realization that whatever this is, it has worked and a part of you is gone forever.
What did you do?
I am sorry. I had to, I think. And they look back down to the remaining totems and to a book at their side and begin to rifle through it, kind of making eye contact with the dwarf again. And with no check required, you get the sense that the dwarf was left here to supervise, and Weiss is very aware of that. And so they go back to work, and time passes. What do you have?
He is going to kind of look over at the dwarf, and then at Weiss. I told you this won't work.
I know. I know it won't work. But this one, and they kneel down and pick up the elephant. You can see there's a big hole in the center of it. It might make you feel better, at least. And just like that, wind begins to blow again, gently. They dry away your tears, and the elephant's eyes glow momentarily, and then Edel hands this totem over to the dwarf. Right. I'll leave you to it. And he walks out. And then, the two of you are alone. And, without any fanfare or sentimental words, Weiss goes back to drawing a new series of circles and glyphs, preparing more magic. What do you do?
I should have killed you.
Perhaps. Yes, I think perhaps maybe you should have.
Why didn't I?
I don't know. I've asked myself that many times. And the only thing that I can think is that you didn't want to be alone.
Oh, fuck.
You're a fucking idiot. And I'll just slumps back and lets it happen.
They think for a long time, but eventually settle on the panda. And they take a step back and kind of just look at you, sitting in the dark, accepting, alone. And they begin to cast the magic, and the wind begins to blow. I am sorry, Tixtoris.
I didn't ask for your sympathy.
people don't always ask when they need help. Sometimes they're just alone. And with that, the vision ends.
Do I recognize the voice of Ethel from that badger the other day?
Almost certainly. Give me a perception check.
Fuck. Oh.
Well, maybe not.
That.
Maybe not, actually. You know, they had a badger filter placed over it.
You have a hero point. Can't get worse.
That's fine. And is there any universe where I have ever heard Textoris, the name Textoris, before?
This one is much harder. It's not impossible. You could potentially have it on a crit. This would be an occultism check or maybe a society check.
Have I heard of it?
Same deal. Occultism, maybe society. This is difficult, but it's doable.
Folklore?
Folklore, absolutely. Folklore is very applicable.
Both occultism and society, is one better than the other?
Textoris is a creature.
Society is probably slightly better.
Textoris is a creature.
And I roll to...
esoteric lore applies very strongly.
Yes, you can do esoteric lore on this for sure. Branch, yes.
Do I recognize any of the people in the Cyrillin garbs?
Boy, you... Give me a society check.
Yeah.
And then before anybody does more rolls, I want to resolve these before I get what they all were. Then if we have more rolls, we can do more rolls. Okay. Let me roll tough.
Accidentally. It was meant to be secret, but everyone's showing it anyway.
That's fine.
Terribly sorry, but before rolls happened and the very ending conclusion of that scene happened, Ruko went berserk. But we're gonna just not. We're gonna skip that.
Wonderful.
First blasting. As soon as I started blasting,
he blasted light. It illuminated the scene for like at least 2 seconds, and then it just.
Jane, for one reason or another, it just doesn't click for you. It's a different sounding voice. You didn't spend a lot of time. You were focused on other things. Kaz, don't really recognize the voice. The badger mouth sounds different, but the timbre, the way of speaking, the very passive, cold, kind of detached, seems a little familiar to you. I think it's reasonable that you would connect the dots, having just talked to them literally a few hours ago.
Eyes are the same, too.
Oh, true. That is true. And, there's kind of like the whole black and white hair thing going on.
Kaz is also talking to Macarena a lot.
Oh, that's true.
Not Its name wasn't Macarena, was
it?
The
crow? Macarena, yeah.
Is it Macarena?
Yeah.
Yeah, Macarena's the crow.
Baby boy
was that a dance back then?
I don't know. I don't know the etymology of Macarena. I'll have to look it up.
I doubt it.
Baby boy occultism. I don't think you recognize that name. Foster, this is a strange one. Folklore is incredibly applicable, and you rolled incredibly well. That's effectively a 32. What can I give you here that's useful?
Well, here's a real sticker is like, what's our timeline?
Yeah, that's
Foster before me, or
right. Since you brought it up, this didn't exist when Foster was around, but the word probably did. I'm trying to think of something useful that I can give on effectively a 32.
I mean, it might be not to like twist your arm or whatever, but it might be just enough to note that I'm confident that I've never heard this before and feel like I would have.
Yeah,
not true. Actually, Foster is probably one of the only people that would have a reason to know text because he's been traveling with Hopper.
That is actually very true. Yep, you know what? That actually is a perfect start. So yes, you can confidently say this wasn't around when you were alive, but because you've been traveling with Hopper, something that he rambled about during all of his travels suddenly comes back to you, which is a story about a monster called Textoris Melodia something Funeris. What is it, Trade?
Textoris Melodia Funeris.
Perfect.
You had it perfect.
The Weaver of the Song of Death, if I remember correctly, is the literal translation.
Yeah.
And if you can type that out for Jane. This was a monster. Ruko, you would also know this too, just from your previous roles. A monster that was in the swamps of Blimadil. It came around as a direct result of the Golden Wars. All of the strife and anguish and death created a ton of ghosts and spirits and demons and monsters, and this was one of them. And over time, all of those angry spirits congealed into bigger and stronger daemons that incorporated bigger and stronger monstrosities. Those were all called the Golden Fiends. They were literally monsters made as a result of the genocide and the war. And Textoris was one of those monstrosities. Let's see, continuing down. Jane, you were asking about the name Textorius, is that true?
Yeah.
25 is a hard sell.
I have thumbed a little bit through the Hopper book, but I don't know if I would have hit that page by random luck yet.
25, if you've thumbed through the Hopper book, you know you've at least seen the word. You probably don't remember all the details, but you're like, oh yeah, there was something about that name in this book, and if you wanted to go look, you could find it.
Sweet.
Branch Society doesn't ring any bells. Oh wait, you were looking for the Cyrillin stuff.
Yeah, the Cyrillin stuff. I was gonna hero point it.
Yes, you can recognize that the wolf is in Cyrillil garb. None of the others you recognize, but if you want a hero point, you can hero point.
Oh,
that's much better. Lucian Remus is kind of famous. You've spent a lot of time doing Cyrillil politics. Lucian Remus is a Inquisitor. He's a High Inquisitor. His last name is Remus because he is related to the Queen. That is unusual because he is a Wildfolk, not an elf. Clearly not of royal blood. He is a feared hunter and inquisitor who has spent most of his life tracking down heretics. He is somebody who goes around the world and essentially does espionage and spy work and retrieval. He sneaks into the places that the government can't officially go and kind of throws some weight around and collects them and brings them back for trial. 24, don't recognize the dwarf, don't recognize Ingwa, don't recognize Sakazaki except from the portrait in the vault of the temple to Avanalo, where she was one of the people that made a big donation. You recognize her. She is the one who made that big donation. Don't recognize Judica, but you do recognize that all of them are wearing emblems of the Moresco Witchers.
Oh, okay.
And then finally, Narafi, 30, creature. That's
35.
35 because applicable lore. Yep. You know basically the full story of Textoris, the Golden Fiend from Blimidel. The one that came about as a result of the Golden Wars, was responsible for killing and eating a lot of innocent people, lived in a cave.
I also saw the genesis of it, basically.
Yeah, true. You kind of did, yeah.
This is birth.
Yep. And then... Oh boy, we still got 2 more to go through real quick. We are cutting it close.
Also,
yes.
Yeah, roll for all these people.
Roll for all these... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, go for it. Just give me...
They're all creatures, so it's all esoteric.
For sure. Do you mind giving me one and we'll condense it just to save time?
Sure.
Cool.
But give me advantage.
Hell no, I'll give you a +2.
Sure.
On top of your lore adjustment.
Sure. And I'll even make it blind. So you can lie to me.
Perfect.
If I roll a 1.
That's quite good. You definitely recognize Lucian Remus. He's an important Inquisitor in Cyrillin. I actually don't think you would recognize the rest, but you can recognize that they're all wearing the crest of the Moresco Witchers, which you are familiar with from Oxiri Point and a couple other places.
They've been around.
Alright. With that out of the way, Ruko, after having this scene presented to you, Tex hands it to you. What do you do?
For the record, this is the worst storyline. Ruko was pissed off. What?
Quit bogarting it.
Oh, no. Ruko first decided to leave when he saw how things were going with that whole vision and everything. You know, Edel just looking so passive. This has to happen, Tex. This has to happen. Blah, 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 blah. Lucian, our mortal enemy, is just passively walking around with approval and blah, blah, blah. Oh.
Are you saying this out
Ruko
loud,
stepped
or is
away.
this a thought?
This is a thought. This is a thought. This is what happened. I'm so sorry. This is just...
Oh, yeah.
This isn't retcon. I just got overruled by enthusiasm.
Oh, yeah.
And my bitch-ass form of speaking as a human. Anyways, Ruko was pissed off. He saw Edel at the very end of that when Tex was showing like you know, he's trying to understand rather than straight up murdering this bitch. He was trying to understand, and Ruko's been like, he knows Tex. He will murder at the first point of that this was important to him, and it hurt when Edel was just impassive and just, here you go. Let me just take this away. It'll help. Blah blah blah. Ruko just blasted a beam of light and your inner radiance would just pierce through that smoke.
Oh yeah.
For a moment, and he retreated. to the outskirts of the fire for a bit. No, no. He's pissed off. He doesn't know why exactly, but he's pissed off.
Absolutely. And you do see that at least, I'm sure many people are looking over with concern, but you do see at least that Finn and Darwin are like, is he okay?
Everyone's high as fuck. So, I mean, it makes sense that everyone's kind of just like, whoa, things are happening, bro. Can you imagine the
He went on.
significance?
Does that mean I can take his hit?
Kid, it's your turn.
No, Cackles, you're too young.
I'm
You
a
have a
big man.
connection with the Inquisitor.
I'm a
Lucian.
full ass boy.
Yeah.
You pissed off the queen. That's fun.
Shit.
Okay.
I guess you were
As
kind of
soon-
right about the Witchers. Still don't know why they were there, but well, I guess you have a reason to go there now.
Is he all right? Jane turns around to look at Ruko.
He sits down cross-legged and he's gonna just breathe heavy for a little bit. Look at the fire. Try to chill.
Ruko,
What
do
are
you
you
want
so
some water?
pissed off about?
He glances at you, but looks back down. He doesn't. Whatever. It's
Okay, you don't have
about
to
you,
do
but
the
you
drugs.
probably won't understand. But he's gonna do the drugs.
All right.
Okay. Still.
Ruka, what do you think about to either clear your mind from all of that anger, or that you want to learn more about? What does Ruko focus on? What memory?
First, it's the satisfying image of throwing a little itty bitty badger off the edge of a giant cliff by our landfall camp. But then he tries to center himself. He looks at the rocks. He looks at the dirt. These little plants coming through, little bits of grass that are getting a bit singed by the fire, and then he recenters, calms himself, and then he remembers that in his pack he's got the very first image that he's ever had of his mother, and those have always been sentimental images for him. He thinks back on it when he needs just something that just brings him calm, peace, just basic, no thoughts, no words, just peace. And so he thinks back to that image that he just got, the painting that Francesca had painted of his mother.
Perfect.
And then he gets high as
I will mention, although this does magically produce images, it is not actually like a downer or hallucinogenic. These are magical illusions. You guys can be high if you want to be high, but that is entirely up to you. I just want to set the precedent that if you were attacked in the middle of this, you're not actually inebriated.
So we might be attacked.
I would never say those words out loud. As
my eyes behind my big ass glasses are still at least 90% dilated. So
true.
I'm
As
sitting, Ruko.
you sit down and try to focus and center yourself and clear your mind, you do notice that Darwin kind of grabs Sketch and pulls all of that trio a little closer. But the vision in the fire begins to form a swamp. There's a starry night, and there's a little shack or a cabin in the middle of that swamp.
why does the shack have music? Why does it ba 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 ba?
Oh, you know.
Whoa.
It's like
That shack's crazy. There's lasers.
Your vision descends down and down and down into the middle of the night until crickets begin to kind of overwhelm your ears. And eventually you see light pouring out through the front door of this shack and the open window. And eventually you see yourself. And you all see Ruko, very young, just a few years old. And he is swishing a stick around at some fireflies that have crept their way into the little shack. It's late. The swamp is alive with the sound of owls and the other animals that inhabit this swamp. And then there is
I banish you, tiny creatures.
probably just barely getting your first few words out at this age. Spanish is a big one for a young child, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's one of Ruko's first.
He just says bah.
I'm back, kid.
There's a creaking of footsteps as your mother walks over to you. The come now, little soldier. They mean you no harm. She kneels down and kind of whispers into the wind. And as she does, a few dozen of these fireflies gather up into her cupped palms. And this keeps Ruko's attention for almost 5 seconds. And then he catches a bit of lamplight that is glinting off of the rim of her glasses. And he reaches up to try to take them. And she laughs as she kind of flinches away. Ruko, come. I need those to see. Here. Would you like some of your own? She looks to see what you do for a sec.
I don't know what she's saying. I just keep trying to take glasses. They're so shiny.
Perfect. She whispers a few more words into her cupped hands. And as she does, the fireflies in her palms all kind of flit into action. And they make the short little flight from her hands over to your face, where they begin to line up in a pair of circles around your eyes, across your brows and your cheekbones, like a little pair of glasses just for you. And in this memory, which, it's odd, you've had this memory once or twice, but it is crystal clear in a way that it has never been before. You see you scrunch your face and you're weirded out at first, but then you start to giggle when they all start to blink and twinkle around the edges of your vision. Come now, let's go say goodnight to Mima. And she scoops you up into her arms, carries you out to the front steps of the shack, where the warm, muggy air is almost overwhelming. She holds her face close to yours and whispers a few more of these primal incantations, her breath tickling your face as she speaks. And when she finishes, the fireflies begin to glow a faint cyan instead of their normal green, and your vision brightens into an otherworldly hue, and you watch as the seemingly empty swamps now teem with spirits, drifting peacefully across the water in all directions. And one of them drifts over to the two of you, a Faraxa woman with decades of wrinkles across her face. And your mother kind of bows her head and says some words that you're just learning. Sorry, Ma. I hope I didn't wake you. Minethrin, I would wake 100 times to see you. Besides, it's the afterlife. I get to sleep in, don't you know? Ruko stares at the ghostly visage. This also entertains him for almost 5 seconds, but then he lets out...
Any weird ethereal old person is Grandma!
Yeah, probably reaching out and grab it. But then eventually there's a little yawn, and he starts to rub his eyes, and the fireflies have to dance to kind of avoid his fists. The same is not true for this one. Good night, little Ruko. And the ghost reaches out and gently brushes the side of your cheek with her finger, which causes a supernatural cold chill to run down your spine. And you shiver and sneeze, and the fireflies all scatter. And with that, your vision goes back to normal, and you don't see her anymore. Your mom continues to whisper into the wind for a short time as your vision starts to doze off. And that's where your vision ends.
Oh, that was like the nicest one.
It's so precious.
It was like not traumatic at all.
It's so sweet.
Can
You
I
needed something like that.
Can I make it terrible? Was Minethrin's breathing? Did she sound sick? Or was that just?
Give me a medicine check.
I'm very good at that.
Is that sarcasm?
Yeah.
Damn.
She seemed healthy. If anything, she actually seems to be in pretty great shape. It's clear to you immediately, she's a mage. She has kind of a mage's build, but she also looks like she travels a lot. She looks like she has good endurance. She looks like she probably does some manual labor. She appears to be healthy. Even like probably a fighter, an adventurer of some sort. She looks like she is used to activity.
Yeah, she splooped me out at 20 miles an hour. That's why I have brain damage.
Christ. And with that...
I just know that Ruko lost... Like, I know she's dead, so...
Right.
I was just wondering if...
Hey,
Maybe it
Jaeger.
was just old age.
Jaeger, can you do me a personal favor as a friend and as a gay man? Can you never refer to the act of childbirth as polluting again?
What? Polluting?
You can blame Shaq for bringing sploot, the term,
Oh,
into my life.
No, splooting is an
forever
orgasm.
ruined.
All right.
Oh, no.
We do have one more real quick, and I want to make sure we get things done while we have everyone. So, Jane, what do you focus on?
Just a minor thing, but as she's watching all these visions, she's watched them all with rapt attention. But watching Ruko's, she her eyes start to water. She has to like wipe tears from her eyes as she takes the pipe from Ruko.
That tracks. That makes sense.
Oh, don't make this about you. Don't make that about
And just saying. Then I will refocus, take a nice little drag off this thing, and then
What flavor?
Sure, coconut or cherry?
Cherry, please. And she'll grab the cherry.
Apple.
Coconut.
And then she will focus on, I know I already kind of told you this, but the weird, like, flashback she had, like, in character when her and Booker were at the train station and she was leaving to start this whole adventure and back in episode 1. And specifically, not on, like, the event when it actually happened.
Sure.
But on this weird flashback.
Sure.
Because, like, it felt real to her in character. It felt like it actually... She felt like she like had agency in that moment and she remembers it. So she's like trying to focus on the flashback, on whatever happened there at the train station when she left.
Understood. We see, very similar to Foster's, we essentially see a scene play out that we saw in the very first episode of this campaign, where Jane has a brief conversation with Booker. They say their goodbyes. He walks her to the train station. And as Jane steps up to the station, and as the train starts to come in, and as it blows its horn, time seems to freeze. And her vision is drawn into what feels a little like a memory, but the snow is still falling. Jane feels like she can move around in this dream. It feels very, very real, but in a surreal way. It's clear that something supernatural is going on. And for a while, Jane just kind of locks up. And then a few seconds later, the vision ends and everything is back to normal and the train pulls in. Jane, give me a perception check to see if you spot anything in this memory that you didn't notice in the moment.
Love to. Now I will use a hero point.
Understood.
Ooh, and also, in addition, I don't know if I can do this. Hold on. I don't know how this fucking game works. Can I... Oh, wait a minute. I don't even need to use my hero point. I can just use this.
Oh, nice.
So I get a +1 to this.
Sick.
Okay, now can I use a hero point on that roll?
They are both fortune effects, and so they
oh, okay, they're both fortune.
Right.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yep.
Got it.
With a 15, you watch closely, and unfortunately, there's nothing revealed to you in this memory that was not already apparent to you.
Understood.
And the vision ends, and presumably you're about to get no one about it. Lush, yes, hand raise.
How similar is this to the vision I had from the last time I saw Catweed, where I saw this scene, though I think in it, even Jane was frozen? Did it seem like when I had that Jane was just locked up like this, or was it actually like different?
So the vision you had was the omen, which means it was not necessarily a memory, but just sort of a supernatural vision. And it is similar. The scene is identical, the station is identical, but in your vision, Jane was frozen. The snow is still falling in both. That is consistent between the two. I guess give me a perception check to see if you can do a spot the difference, see if anything is weird.
Nah.
No, it appears to be the same. You're not able to notice any amazing, obvious differences right away.
Can I ask in the, flashback, can I tell if Jane was possibly with child?
You can give me a medicine check.
Damn it, not perception. I can't say
Yeah,
the
that's
vision.
reasonable. If she's late enough, perception check would work too, so yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 19.
19, no, she doesn't appear to me. She appears pretty normal.
Is she with horse?
There are horses around.
Carrying one around.
I couldn't help.
Christ almighty.
Anyways, I'm done. Good night, guys.
Good night. Okay. Now the omen starts. Speaking of good night, does anybody need to leave soon? And we'll do your omen first so that we can move on.
I should probably head to bed relatively soon.
Same.
Okay, we will start with the two of you, and then we'll go from there. Just in case you got to bounce, that is totally fine.
I did also want to. Secret. Yeah, I know that we're gonna have some like conversation after this. I might need to wait until next time to do that. Then, 'cause I had some stuff
Absolutely.
I wanted to talk about. But
Yeah, between sessions, we will either figure out if we're ready to split up and pick missions, or if we want one more of these. It would be good to split up. I think it's more fun when we can focus on characters a little longer. And I think we've also done most of the things where everyone needs to be present. So probably we'll split up, even if those split up groups remain in camp and get some more business done. But we'll sort that up between sessions. For now, let's get some omens.
Back, no, you did your laser already.
No. It's that or ums. You got to pick. And I'm going to do both no matter what you say.
Why don't you just do it at the same time?
Ooh, what a choice. Baby boy. As the night relaxes, as everybody kind of goes quiet and waits for their omens to reach them, you start to feel a tingle and you experience yours. It's brief, but you see a little shrine on a grassy cliff that is overlooking the docks of a harbor city. That looks pretty familiar to you. It looks like home. The shrine is made from marble. It is held up by beautiful marble columns in sort of a rectangular shape, kind of like a Roman temple. You see that there is a lighthouse not too far away that is kind of like a square shape. It's got four sides, kind of like the Lighthouse of Alexandria, but much smaller, not nearly as nice. And you feel a tug to the east by northeast. Foster.
Oh, okay, I got you. I thought you. Okay. East by east.
Yeah, which is to
Is
say,
that
a
the
little
direction
more
of the?
east than northeast.
Is that the direction of the island that we talked about?
Let me actually. Let me pull. This map will be useful as you guys get directions.
Bassatat?
That would coincide with Bassatat. That makes sense. Where's Foster? Where are you? My notes for this session are so big. There they are.
We can defeat these map markers. They only have 10 HP.
We can do it.
True.
We'll have no priorities.
The pink circle places are where the windows are?
Those are where the windows are. Notably, they need to be turned back on. Zulakara has already been turned back on by Jane. So you have to go there at least once.
Be manually activated?
Right, you have to go there once to turn it on.
God.
Yep.
What is the video game?
It is hypothetically, theoretically possible that you could do it from here with a really good Arcana check. And, Jane knocked it out of the park last time. Who's to say she doesn't do it again? Alright. Foster, your vision is pretty intense and pretty visual, actually.
Ooh.
It is late at night, and you see a sprawling desert. This isn't late at night. Make it late at night. There it is.
At night.
I'm scared.
Pretty.
I'm also scared.
The middle of this desert, you see that there is an enormous pyramid, and there is green light pouring out from the entryway. You can see that as the sun goes down, the sands come alive, with things crawling up from under the dunes. And they all begin to draw themselves towards this pyramid, and specifically towards the enormous tree that is in front of this pyramid, growing out of an oasis filled with wine-red, rusty water. The tree looks sickly. Its bark looks gray and dry. Its branches are bare. And you can see that all of these undead creatures walk out into the water and then begin to submerge into it. A little time passes, and then the clouds roll back until the moon is visible. And suddenly, there is a flash of light and a beam that shoots up from the tree to the moon, and the water illuminates. This all happens in the flash of an eye, and then it ends. And then these creatures begin to emerge from the water, and you can see that their flesh has been replaced with twisting vines and thorns, their bones replaced with wood or enhanced in some ways, and they begin to look around more salient, more intelligent, more aware. Some of them in Unis start to cry out, "What's going on? What's happening?" And they all turn and look as a figure steps out from this pyramid into the you see a jackal-like humanoid who you recognize from the palace as Loki Nestle, in the flesh, quite alive, or at the very least, sort of alive. And they begin to turn towards him and yell angrily, "What have you done?" And he holds up his hand, and there's a pulse of green magic that flows out from the pyramid. And you watch as it washes over all of their eyes, and their shoulders slack. And they begin to approach with sort of a reverent or subservient look in their eyes. And that is where your omen ends.
Jeez. Bye-bye.
What the fuck?
Alright.
Do I get a direction?
You sure do. Thank you for the reminder. You feel a tug to the east by southeast.
So probably Unma-ish.
Where we met.
Seems pretty reasonable. Alright. Let's do Fetch next, because I know Fetch might have to leave a little early too. Fetch.
You went to the party.
What's that? You did.
The festival, right?
Yes, sure did. Fetch, you see a river that is man-made. It is out of character. You would recognize it as a canal. I don't know if Fetch has ever seen a canal before in person. He might be aware of what one is, but he has certainly never seen it. To you, it appears to be an enormous man-made artificial river.
No, I've seen Kano before.
Yeah. And you watch as the earth begins to thump rhythmically until the canal begins to crack. The concrete begins to splinter off and pour into the water. And then there is a rumble and a volcanic eruption that bursts up from out of the water, and flames begin to spew all over. You feel a tug almost directly to your south, and that is where your vision ends. Let's see next. Here, I'm just going to run through these in note order so we can do them quickly. Ooh, Tex. Tex, oh Tex.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby. Tex, you see 3 men who are navigating through some sort of an underground crypt or dungeon of some sort. Let me pull them over. Yes, true. Correct. You found it. They appear to be 2 armored Uni mercenaries and 1 dark-skinned human man or elf or something similar, wearing sheer black silk that is wrapped over their face to fully cover their identity under a golden headdress. They emerge out into an enormous cavern where a perilous, narrow set of stairs with no guardrails descends towards a long, thin bridge, also with no guardrails, to a platform with no guardrails in the middle of the cavern, where a large golden door awaits. As they reach the bottom of the stairs, there is a thunk and the sound of grinding as the golden door opens, and from within, a shadowy figure emerges. Tall and gangly, with 2 pairs of spindly arms, 6 eyes, gangly bird's legs. A narrow bug-like tail ends in a scorpion stinger, and the owl's wings unfurl from behind its back. At this, one of the mercenaries raises a rifle and pulls, but there is a click and no crack, a misfire. The other mercenary goes to draw a sword, but he accidentally bumps into the lamp that is buckled to his belt. Oil spills out across his side, and as he draws his blade, it slips and goes flying off the bridge into the darkness. The first mercenary finally clears their rifle, raises again, and fires. There is a crack of gunpowder, and then a as the shot goes just wide, slams into the frame of the golden door behind this monster, and then there's the sound of bone cracking as the bullet ricochets directly back into his own temple. His body goes limp, and he slides off the bridge into the darkness. The second mercenary draws a knife, his backup weapon, and begins to charge across the bridge. But as he does, his foot finds a stray rock. He stumbles, his ankle twists, and he drops suddenly, slipping off towards the edge of the bridge. He catches himself with one hand, but it is the one that is covered in oil. His fingers slide, and he screams as he falls off into the darkness. This leaves just the masked man and the monster. The masked man steps forward, cautiously, calmly, with his focus locked on the owl-like face of Nocturnus. Nocturnus blinks his 6 eyes, and then ever so slightly cocks his head to the side. The masked man pauses for a moment, just as a gust of wind suddenly rips through the cavern, causing a nearby stream of water trickling down from far above, and makes it splash onto the bridge in front of him. He waits, his scarf billows as the gust subsides, and he continues to walk forward, carefully avoiding the water. Nocturnus cocks his head again, and this time there is a distant cracking noise from far above. The man stops again for a moment and steps to the side just as several crumbling pieces of stone architecture slam down against the bridge all around him, narrowly missing him. And then the man continues, unharmed once again, until he is face to face with this beast. The man reaches into his pocket, and he pulls out a small stone cube. A D6, essentially. He holds it up into the light between himself and Nocturnus, and as he spins it, you see that 5 of the faces are marked with golden hearts, and 1 is marked with a black skull. The monster blinks at the die, and then looks up to the man and nods. The man lowers his hand. He allows the die to tumble onto the ground between them, and it lands on a golden heart. Nocturnus stares down at the die, confused, and then back up to the man. The man reaches up to his silks, covering his face, and he begins to unwrap them, and your vision ends, and you feel a tug to the east by southeast. Ruko, in your mind.
East by southeast?
East by southeast.
Like Unyo-ish?
Like Unyo-ish.
The guy looks Unyo-ish.
Hey guys, I might pop out of here and go to bed.
Totally fine. Have a good night. We'll get you caught up.
If we talk about the Foxglove Pact, I kind of wanted to talk about that. But
Yeah.
most of the time.
For sure. We'll figure out what we're doing, if we're doing one more, if we're splitting up, and we'll get it sorted out. I won't let anybody miss out on important things.
Alright, night guys.
Night.
Bye.
I'm gonna go too. Night, everybody.
Later.
See you.
Appreciate you. Thanks for the session.
Yeah. Ruko, in your omen, you see the sun, high in the sky, shining down on the magnificent golden city of Holy Chrysichus, the capital of Cyrillin. Dozens of beautiful cathedrals dot the skyline. Your vision descends on a plaza dedicated to the 12 solar gods. It drifts past the Temple of Avenalo, the god of beauty, past Nomad, the god of unity, past Grim and Persix and Origin, and then it slows in front of the Temple of Balus, the god of dominion. Your vision sinks beneath the city streets, into the darkness of dirt, and then it emerges in a cold catacomb beneath the city. Within that catacomb, it finds an unmarked stone coffin, tucked into one of the hundreds of alcoves. And within that coffin, you see Menethrin's body, peaceful, arms folded over her front, glasses still resting on her face. And you feel a gentle tug to the north. Sketch.
Yes.
You see Argus in a tea shop, leaning against the counter and eyeing a basket of strawberry daifuku. Behind the bar, a Kashirishi woman is patiently putting together a pair of overly complicated drinks. When she brings it to the counter, Argus smiles and slides a handful of the daifuku onto his platter, and then fishes around for a silver piece. Thank you, dear. Your eyes are beautiful, by the way. She smiles bashfully and starts to count out change. Oh, no, that's for you. Thank you. And with that, he carries the platter out, through an arched gateway, to an outdoor loft. And as he steps out, he is met by misty winds and a beautiful skyscape, the floating islands of Octima. In the distance, the shimmering tower of Mana leaps up from the peak of Mount Avalon, branching out into the sky like an enormous tree. And faintly visible around its peak are 7 flying cities, the walled Garden of Eden. And sitting at a little table near the railing of this balcony, looking out over all of it, is Madame Monarch. Argus takes a seat, carefully starts divvying out the snacks and drinks between the two of them, and then he cups his hand over his eyes when the suns beat down around a cloud onto his face. He looks up at the suns, annoyed. Those dogs haven't found it yet either, you know. I don't give a shit about the stone. Where are the runaways? Argus bites into the Daifuku, and red juice starts to dribble across his chin. And then the vision ends. You feel a tug to the northeast.
Ooh. Oh, wow. They care about you more than the stone. Isn't that nice?
No.
It's a valuable relationship.
Yeah, is it?
They have a good relationship between mother and son. Love that for them.
Good for them. Good for them.
Oh, Jane. Jane. This one, if you didn't know, was unprompted, but it is, as always, wonderful. I have to be so careful here, as I always do with Jane shit. You see a cave. This cave is filled with twinkling lights that drift through the air. And as your vision navigates deeper and deeper into this cave, you see the silhouette of something that at first looks like a person, but then looks too twisted, too alien, too disfigured. You can see that their arms have elongated. I don't know if you're going to get this reference. Have you seen the comic about This Hole Was Made for Me?
No, I haven't.
Damn shame. The important takeaway from this is that you see a human that looks like they have been stretched and disfigured and twisted into some alien, horrible monstrosity. And it turns suddenly and shrieks, and your vision ends. And you feel
Jesus.
a tug to the east by northeast.
Is that Rita Quarters?
Jeez, oh, Pete. I don't take it I've ever seen a creature like that before, or heard of a creature like that before.
If you could give me a perception or occultism. Nah, it doesn't really. I mean, there are lots of monsters in the world, but that doesn't seem super familiar to you.
Yeah.
Kaz.
All right, then.
Kaz, you also see a vision that begins in a cave full of stars. Your vision is pulled outwards, though, and as you slowly emerge from the cave, you see a little stream running through a pine forest. This stream carves its way downhill, joining with other tributaries until it forms a babbling river, which eventually leads you to the walls of a city, where it has been tamed into a canal. The canal weaves and bobs through busy streets until it eventually spills out into the sea, a quiet little waterfall that looks out over a harbor filled with merchant ships, which appear to be Basali in design. And sitting right beside that waterfall is a lighthouse, with 4 sides. Within that lighthouse, you see a large pine desk, a little old-fashioned even for this day and age. And in one of the drawers of that desk, you see a stack of papers. And on one of those papers, you see a symbol. 4 crabs in a circle, with their claws interlocked as if holding hands. You feel a tug to the east by northeast.
Crabs holding hands.
No
Crabs.
No notable people or anything in that, though?
Not in this omen, no. Let's see, we already got Foster. We didn't do a branch. We already got Baby Boy. Alright, that is everyone's visions.
Darwin.
Oh, right, Darwin. That's right.
We won't know in character. But
That's
tell us
true.
for fun.
Yeah, you do watch as Darwin seems to experience vision. You watch as his eyes water up. He grabs Finn's hand and, sort of respectfully kind of makes a little room so that Finn can sit next to him instead of Sketch. They just kind of cuddle up, and he whispers something into his ear. And it's quiet, but it's not so quiet that nobody else can hear. It's something to the tune of, she's okay. And then they are quiet for a while.
Yes, let me harvest these good points.
Let me check the list and see if there are things that we can or should do tonight before we wrap up. Otherwise, we will figure out what we're doing next week.
Did I space out and miss my own vision?
You did.
Here,
Oh no!
I'll give it to you one more time. your vision was of a canal. This.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Thumping of the earth, volcano erupts in the middle of it, destroys it.
Right.
Yep.
I remember what fighting God was.
What was fighting God?
What direction? Oh, wait.
I was supposed to talk to Ruko about spirit weaving.
Well, he's right here. Go for it. I know that he actually wanted to have this conversation too, so this is great.
Hey, Ruko.
Yeah.
What do you think about spirit weaving? It's pretty fun, huh?
He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. We'll do it next time.
Ruko? Yeah. He's dead, yeah.
He may be dead.
We'll add it to the thing to do next time. I'm going to talk to Baby Boy next time.
Wonderful. I think we got through almost everything that requires us to all be together, except I know Jane might have some lore drops along the way.
I think the main thing is just we need to, like, figure out what the fuck we're doing,
Yes.
which kind of requires all the lore and everything.
Absolutely.
Real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick for my own note-taking purposes.
Yes.
Probably not an important detail, but what did the water flowed from like a river into a city, right? What
Yeah. It started in the mountains, as they usually do, and it kind of winded its way down, cut through a city where it was tamed into a canal, and then poured out into a waterfall that kind of was out by the docks in the ocean.
For your preparation purposes,
Yes.
how many people has to be in like a group for party purposes?
That's flexible. You guys could do like a 4 and 6 if you wanted to. If we really wanted to, we could do like a 3-3-4 thing. That would mean it would be longer till you guys reunite. It's up to you if you want to deal with that, but we can do whatever feels natural.
So Narafi is actually going to go around checking for people with certain skills.
Right,
He's got
and I
the
need
twins
Narafi
who-
to fuck off and stop doing that. Because I need him to take Ruko.
Do that? Well, you'll have to tell him.
I need him to take Ruko far away from here so that I can go murder some people without feeling guilty about it.
Trick the twins into doing it.
Well,
They're so easy to
You'll have to
trick.
tell him.
Well, the thing
Yeah,
is that it
I'm
would be
literally just tell you.
Well, you told the twins to not tell anybody about it.
Yeah, well, you have to tell me that I have to go with Ruko. That's what I'm saying here.
Right.
Because I have plans. If you want to fuck with my plans, you have to tell me.
Alright, gang, I gotta bounce too,
For sure.
unless you need anything else from me. Fat.
We will have a conversation over the next day or two to figure out if we want another group or if we want to split up, but we'll figure that out between sessions.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Good night, gang.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
But
night.
yeah, he's looking for people who are good at deception and stealth. And
Wonderful.
some people good with machines in case we have to handle the fucking thing and it's a machine.
Hi, hello. It's me.
Hello.
This is what I was before.
Yeah. I'll bring it along. But no
Right.
murdering. We're not murdering anyone. It's the
I'm
problem.
not good at lying to people, but I can hide from them.
Hiding's good.
Nice sketches.
I've seen your thing.
very
Your
sneaky.
performer, right?
Oh yeah, I can do that too. But only dancing. With acrobatics.
I'm great at lying.
Good. Ideally, we won't have
I'm
to
great
talk
at lying.
He slow blinks like. We'll
Yeah.
we'll work on it. Where is your performance untrained?
Because I don't have it trained. I have the feat that lets me use acrobatics for performance checks, but
Oh.
it doesn't apply to everything, obviously.
No, that's fair. Well, that's fine. We're gonna do mostly stealth, and the performance / deception is really only gonna be useful if we get caught. The idea is we sneak in, beat up whoever finds us, silence them, make sure they don't die though.
Beat
Just
up but not kill.
Beat up and not kill.
Right.
I'm
Very
very good at
nice.
sneaking. Yep.
Where did you even go? You're right in front of me, and you were suddenly gone.
Oh, I'm behind Darvin. He's massive. I can just hide back here.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys take Ruko to do the divining pools?
Does he want to do the divining pools?
I would like him to do the divining pools.
It'd be good for you guys to spy on that guy who chased us, right?
That's
Right.
true.
I think they would be beneficial for him, and it might be good for us to look, I just need him. I need you to get him away from here.
You need him to get
Okay,
away from
but
here.
since three of us are going one direction, we get to take the stone.
Fine. Besides, if you want to get those pools activated, somebody would have to go over there and activate it. So
That's why I was
if-
hoping to bring Yansha with us.
Right. If you guys go activate that pool, then maybe we can restore the windows here. And then once the windows are restored here, we can pick you up from the portal that you guys activate.
I look over at Darwin. How do those work, actually?
Well, the way that they're set up is we have permanent links from our gateway building to 6 places across the world. We were hoping to set up more. Actually, that was a big part of what happened all those years ago, is we were trying to get one in Eden, and they were uncooperative. They didn't get it up. So, while it's active, you can just walk back and forth between them. There is a short cooldown, but it is quite short, on the order of... It's measured in minutes, not days. You can send people through, you can send equipment through. It would be hard to do a large group, but a group of adventurers, absolutely, over the course of an hour or so. Back and forth freely, as long as the gates remain open. We would typically have guards stationed on each side of them. They obviously, we couldn't retain them. They're unmanned now, and so many of them have fallen into disrepair. We deactivated a few of them manually to make sure that monsters didn't slip through them. In theory, all that needs to happen is we need to get the orrery back to power it here, and then we need to go back to all of the destinations and flip them back on. And from what I heard, Jansha actually did a very impressive feat of arcane work over in Serchun, was able to make it work without the orrery for a brief blip.
Yeah,
So-
we got back here with it.
So I don't want to make any promises on Jane's behalf, but it may be possible to do a quick blip in and out without having the orrery. I wouldn't rely on it. I don't know if this is something that she can do all the time, but it's possible.
Something to talk to her about. I'm not sure if she's much of a knock people out sort of thing. Because we're going on bandit duty.
Oh yes, the negotiation. She doesn't strike me for a negotiator.
What? No, we're not going there anywhere.
Oh right, you're going on a
It's gonna
completely
go
different
patrol.
mission. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to negotiate, don't worry. We may meet some trouble on the way, who knows.
If you're all done talking, I guess I... At some point, Branch pulls out the note that Bell gave him and starts doing the fucking postal to, hey, can you look at this petition thing? Until I
Christ.
eventually make it to Cass. Like, yo, Capitan,
What's up?
you're like the only... You dress well, you speak with an exotic accent. You've been on the sea, right?
A few times. Hey, when did you grow that arm then?
Oh, don't worry. It's wooden. Sentimental gift from Mama after I visited her. Why you ask?
I'm just curious.
Ah, well.
I wasn't sure if that I wasn't sure if lizard folk actually grew their limbs back.
Nope. No, I was hoping for that for a while. You know,
No luck
Just
yet, then.
tails.
And he like unlatches his arm and is like, see, prosthetic. You want to try it on? Apparently works if you put it on someone's pelvis too. Here, actually, when did you get this like dog that's been hanging around you? And I'll like strap it to his head.
I already got 2 hands, but thank.
Oh, that dog. Just kidding.
That dog
cackles. Hold on, it worked on the cat. Maybe it'll be better for you.
I'm not
And
a dog.
It's a weird dog.
I'll strap the fucking arm to Cackles' head and like, there, go play or something.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Grab stuff.
I can already do that.
Do it. Well, now you have longer reach. But yeah, and Branch like pulls out the note and like, you know where Luteon is, where any of this stuff is.
I actually have no idea. It's been a prevailing problem in the last few months.
Where is the note? I'll fucking post the whole thing for him to read.
It is written in Cyril. I can't remember if Kaz speaks that. But if not, somebody can translate easily.
Pretty sure
I can translate it, but yeah. Where the fuck is this note? Can you post it?
Yeah, I just posted it in chat.
Yeah, I've got Cyril.
It's in Telegram. Yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
It reads, it appears to be a shipping manifest for the record, and it reads, St. Claude Montebo to be transferred aboard the Dawn Singer to 28th Precinct Temple of Aeva, Holy Chryskis, care of Warden Lateon. Traveled by way of Tapwine, Resupply, and Gorchiga with Mr. Minry Horgan. Couple things stand out here to Kaz. First of all, Luteon. Apparently the name of the warden? That's weird. But also, resupplying in Gorchiga? That's not something that Cyrillin does. Gorchiga is a pirate harbor. There is no way that a Cyrillil ship could set foot in Gorchiga and not meet hostility. That's absolutely fucking wild.
Also, does Menry Horgan sound like a
Sure. No, it does not. Well, kind of. It's... You recognize the name Minry Horgan.
Okay.
Minry Horgan is a pirate that you have done some work for a few times.
Not Henry Morgan.
No. Not Henry Morgan. No, it's Minry Horgan.
Minry Horgan.
Just like Very Mead.
Bluebeard.
Oh shit.
And not
but the bees are reversed.
Not Mary Reed. I have a theme going with all these pirates.
Yeah.
Except for Fuckles.
Fuckhuckles.
There is no real pirate called Fuckhuckles. I'm very sorry to report.
Damn shame.
But yes, you do know a Minry Horgan, who is a smuggler.
Okay. Yeah, Kaz, he, as he's reading this note, he definitely, like, progressively looks more interested, kind of, like, snatches it away. He's like, who'd you get this from?
You don't need to know that.
I do need to know this.
Someone working for Cyril, undercover.
He narrows his eyes and kind of takes a step back, and he's like, and how do you know this Cyril spy? Are they a friend of yours?
You're asking a lot of weird questions. You're getting a bit invasive, I'd say.
I'd say less invasive and more cautious of where I get my source information from.
Give me a persuasion check.
Where's persuasion?
Diplomacy. Yeah.
Oh, diplomacy. Okay.
I was like, where is this? It's not alphabetical, but yes, it is. Where the fuck is... Okay, yeah, I'm just stupid. I'm sorry.
Nice. Look, I just wanted info on what this piece of paper says. Don't have to be more complicated than that. But if you know something, I'd like to hear it.
You mean you don't even know what it says?
I can read Cyrillin. I just don't know who Warden Lateon is, where Gorchiga is, or who fucking Menry Horgan is. Sounds like a fake name, honestly.
Doesn't it, though?
Yeah, like... I mean, if you swap the first two letters of their first and last name, it sounds normal, but like...
I know, that's what I thought the first time I met him, too. But here's the wild thing. His real name is Menry Horgan.
What? Oh, so you know him.
I've worked with him a few times.
Right.
Unfortunately, I don't know where Luteon is or who Warden Luteon is. First I've heard of that. But...
Fine.
Tapwine, resupply, and Gortuga. I definitely know my way around Gortuga. And I think I might have some questions for my old friend Menry Horgan.
Alright.
Sorry, you were asking for information, and I've been monologuing out loud, thinking to myself. Yes, I do know Menry Horgan.
Alright. Well. Maybe.
Who is this Saint Claus? Friend of yours?
Remember when that church blew up?
Oh, was that him?
Yeah, he's the fucking crisp bastard who did it. And I got something to say to him about it. And I'd like to do it before the Cyrillans fucking execute him.
Okay, for Feck. What does C/O mean again?
In the care of, under the care of.
Okay. Would I... Would I get a sort of feeling that, like, care of Warden Luteon might be, like, code for just... Oh, he's going to... Like, that's not an actual warden. That's not care of someone. He's, like, being shipped to Luteon.
That seems pretty reasonable.
Okay.
You could give me a... You have Underworld lore, don't you?
Yep.
Give me Underworld lore. 15?
I want to hero point that.
Alright, let's see it.
I rolled a 2. It can't be much worse.
Much better, 23. Absolutely. That is 100% a code. None of this shit exists. You actually probably get the impression that almost everything here is some sort of a code for something. The Dawnsinger probably is a real ship. You imagine the 28th Precinct is probably referring to an address or a location or maybe a money value that is going to be paid, something like that.
Maybe Warden isn't even really a Warden.
Right, you get the sense that care of Warden Luteon is code for he's ultimately going to Luteon.
Yeah, and I know that Luteon is like, oh, that's where big name Cyrilo prisoners go, and a lot of them probably don't ever leave.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, I'll kind of branch in on that. I'm like, well, from what I know of Luteon personally, it's not a place where people go to and usually leave on very good terms, if ever.
So what, this world's equivalent to Alcatraz? Or something like that?
Kind of.
Alright.
I don't know, I'm not entirely sure what the rest of this note means, but I don't think it's... I think it's some sort of code. For one thing, Warden Luteon is probably not a real person.
Uh-huh. What? Who's that? What is it then? Just the police?
The police. Yeah. You've been around when Cass has described Luteon before. He'll fill you in again. Like,
yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. You literally did tell me. Okay. Is that the place you're trying to find too?
That's the place I'm going to find. Yeah.
And got no leads yet.
Unfortunately, no. But I think you might have just handed me one.
All right.
And I appreciate it. What do I know about Tap Wine? Is that a familiar place?
Yeah, Tap Wine, you know this intimately. It's the name of the strait, or not the strait. I'm so bad at geography. Jaeger would probably know this. It's this channel is in Gorchica, Avarice, Cyrillin, and Windland.
Oh.
Still got a ship?
Of course.
When do you want to sail out?
Kind of looks back to the campfire and everybody else at landfall and is like, whenever the information well here has gone dry, or they stop paying.
I was planning on doing that myself. If whoever I'm looking with, if Claude's still alive, I think I can talk to them with that murmury thing they got. And as much as I don't want to, I'm probably gonna need the fucking wizard's help. And he gives a stink eye to Jane and like. But
if it's any reassurance or consolation, I don't think most of the prisoners that they keep there, they mean to let die.
What do they usually do there?
They keep us barely alive, and then they send us off to some place where I imagine we'd be more useful. I didn't make it there. I sank my ship. I killed the captain before they let me get wherever it was. But now apparently my uncle and my father are working for somewhere in Emmerich territory.
Branch gives you like a friendly little punch and is like,
Kaz takes a
good
long
on you,
swing
man.
at his flag.
I guess good on you. You did what you had to.
I butchered that sentence. Kaz takes a long swig of his flask. What did I say? Long swick of his flag?
Something like that. It's alright.
Sorry.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah. He's troubled right now.
And Branch actually pulls out a cigarette and like offers it to you for the flask.
He kind of shakes his head. He doesn't want to smoke, but he'll pass you that flask if you want to take a sip.
Yeah, I'll take a sip. Yeah, saw everyone's dirty laundry out tonight. You look pretty well off.
Used to be.
Well, got to see what the world was like from a layman's perspective. After that raid, I'm guessing.
I've certainly experienced what I hope to be my fair share of lows to go with the highs.
Then you're kind of all right in my book, then. I
don't want to sit in the lap of luxury again, per se. Just a lap, you know? You get what I'm saying? I'm sorry, that's the rum talking.
Whose lap?
He
Anyone
shrugged.
around here?
He shrugs. And then Cackles jumps up on Cass's lap.
Oh, wait. Are you two like... That's not what's happening here.
What? No, I found him in the bush.
Oh, alright. Yeah, I was...
Yeah, I'm not sure where I came from either.
Who's bush?
It's a real mystery.
Alright. If you want to know real bad, just between you and me, this was from my sister, the note. She was working undercover while I was fucking around as a cop. Got a lot more done than I ever could. But now I'm trying to change that. Can't let her have everything over on me.
That's a little sibling rivalry. Very healthy.
You got any?
A few of them.
Where are they now?
Kind of stiffens up again. He's like, Lutea.
All the more reason to go, right?
Right, I'm hoping for a very happy family reunion.
They probably got a lot of shit down there to keep people like us out. So...
And I'll just have to build more to break into it.
That's what I was wondering too. And Branch will unstrap the fucking arm from Cackles and be like,
Hey, no, this is mine. You gave it to me.
to play with for a bit.
You like unstrap it and he like grabs it by the wrist and tries to run off.
Tell your dog to calm down. And he's like playing tug of war with Cackles with his arm.
Roll for it.
Roll?
This tiny dog.
It's got a strong mouth, dude. Oh wow.
That's stolen. Oh my god, Brad should have lost the cock. Hex got it though.
Hex has my arm now. Yeah, I'm playing tug of war with this fucking baby hyena now. Can you tell him to drop it?
You gave it to me.
It's not yours anymore.
No
Okay.
backseat. No backseat.
You know the concept of sharing? Did he teach you how to share? Did he teach you?
Okay, you can have the finger.
I would like the whole arm, please.
Well, that's not sharing.
Branch is suppressing the urge to kick this way.
All right, you can have it. It stinks anyway.
Thanks. All right. You know a thing or two about crafting?
Yes.
You're like a gunsmith, right?
Mostly.
What's it take? How much is it to get a few upgrades on this baby? On he like knocks the arm.
Well, can I like roll a crafting check just to like look to see what I could add to this? Like,
might be the sort of thing
I'd I'd imagine like making a prosthetic from scratch is not in Kaz's comfort zone, but like adding some stuff to it or like like increasing the mobility of it with like some springs and stuff would he could
For sure.
probably
Honestly, not too far out of your wheelhouse either. There's a decent chance that your family worked with stuff like this.
Cool.
This might be the sort of thing where we figure out exact numbers between session depending on what branch actually wants, but you can absolutely say, sure, let me take a look and tell me what you want, and we'll go
It's
from
just
there.
like an appraisal.
Yeah. To just make what he has given you, it's probably in the order of like, I don't know, 5 gold maybe. If you wanted to add more features to it, it depends on what you're adding. Like a sense of feeling means you got to get magic involved. Like an implanted weapon means machinery.
Yeah.
So it just kind of depends. But starting price for this, probably 5 gold.
And that's basically exactly what Kaz tells you. He's like, well, I could add some features to it, some extra mobility, some hinges, some springs to make the fingers act more like fingers. But if you want to actually like feel things with it or experience the sensation of touch again, I'm afraid to tell you that's a little bit out of my wheelhouse at the moment. But look at this, I can make you magic cards. And I'll hold out some cantrip decks. Do you want these?
Thanks, but I don't know the first thing about magic.
You don't have to with these. Even he can do it. Yeah, I can cast them too. Look at this.
All right, sell me it. Come on, show me what you got.
Okay, Cackles, show him. And Kaz passes Cackles a cantrip card of Warp Step. Cackles kind of runs out away from the fireplace a little bit, and he's got the he can talk and
He's
use
got
hands
talking
to-
hands today. Excellent.
Yeah, so he kind of very dramatic like stands up on his hind paws, kind of wobbles a bit to get his balance, and then he holds up this card in one of his front paws. He says,
All right, I activate my spell card, crafted by the great Kasabian Vatsi's himself. Warp step. Now I'm over here.
And he just moves incredibly fast. He strides twice with one with 2 actions, in fact.
This energetic ball of little hyena just goes into overdrive, starts spinning around way too fast.
I mean, the thing that everyone can do, only slightly faster.
Yeah, but it
Slightly
increases his movement speed first. Shut up.
He does run about 33% faster, which is, not negligible.
Are you not sold? Are you not convinced?
I mean, you do seem to be running about 33% faster.
Okay, watch this. Give me another.
Kaz passes him a different card.
I will ask real quick.
I had to look what cards I actually had.
I can stick around all day and overview this. Does anybody have anything that they want to get done before I kill the stream?
I don't think so.
Wonderful.
I have so much.
I know, there's still so much to do.
There is, but...
Cool. Alright, we'll figure out what we're doing next week. Carry on. Tell us more about Cackles' cards.
Cackles draws another card and then casts Needle Dart. He holds up the card again, much similarly to last time, but instead of just like disappearing and making him move faster, it transforms into 3 smaller, like slivery little darts, and then he throws them at something, like a log or something.
Can you do that?
Afraid not. I only have this.
No,
and I
he's,
start-
he's looking directly at Tex when he asks that.
Can you survive that?
Why you attacking me? I feel like you've got some deeper resentments and problems that you're projecting on me as an excuse to avoid confronting your own personal problem. But also, yeah, that would actually kill me, so please don't do that. I'm just a little guy.
You are just a little guy, and you know what?
Actually, he's barely alive after that. He's got.
You know what, kid? It's kind of fucked up that you are a whole person of your own, thoughts, and so much to say, and it's kind of fucked up that that guy gets to decide whether or not you're even allowed to express yourself. Sometimes he doesn't even give you hands. I know what it's like to not have hands. Sucks, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, but I mean, most of the time he gives me hands, and even when I don't have hands, he helps me like get into things that I wouldn't be able to anyway. So I think it's kind of win-win. He usually lets me talk because I kind of think he likes the sound of my voice.
But don't you think that you should always be able to talk and always be able to have your hands?
I will someday. I'm gonna be more powerful than all of you could ever fathom.
This is going to be a harder sell than I
I love the angle of Tex going from resentment to let's start a fucking riot.
Cackles sits back down on his hind legs, just like the full like sploot, and he looks at Tex and he cocks his head and he's like,
Do you think my capabilities and my senses are limited by what he wants me to do?
I think so. I think you're just really limiting yourself. And if you team up with me, I think we can do great things, kid.
Well, you might be right for now, but he's also nicer than you are.
Is he really that nice if he doesn't let you talk? If he strips you of your basic rights?
He's never tried to
regularly?
kill me neither, so, I think you're making a bad case for yourself.
Now, fairness, I try to kill a lot of people.
Have you ever given me peanut butter? That's a good way to start than whatever angle you're trying to work here. I know that you're trying to be like all psychological manipulation and stuff, but I think I told you before, at least overheard, and I'm very food motivated. You're barking up the wrong tree, pal.
he runs back over to Cat's stuff.
I love this.
Why didn't you teach him how to self-actualize?
So the thing that I wanted to do and I wasn't going to do it this time around.
Sure.
It's just there's too much shit.
Yeah.
And it just was low priority. But next group session, I wanted to have Tex go to all the familiars and try and start a familiar strike.
You're going to start a riot? I love it.
Oh my god, he's unionizing.
I was just going to have all the familiars unionize.
You can count on Fetch to help you with that, my guy.
Hell yeah. Speaking of Fetch and Sketch, real quick, since you're both still here. There is a point when everything is winding down where Darbin kind of looks to the two of you. So, what are your plans?
Like, in general or tonight?
Well, a little of both. I have obviously, you've both done a great job. I have enjoyed having you working with us. If you would like more work, there is more work to be had. But I know that there are bigger things on your horizons. I hope that the tools that we've got are helpful. I heard you went to the Cinderstone. I know the Murmury will be online tomorrow if you want to try to send messages. I guess what I'm getting at is, what's the next step? Where do you go next? Where will you be in a week?
The Murmury uses the Rift Lens, right? Because I have one of those.
Or
which one does that?
What a great question. Let me go check. Gigi, what is the Rift Lens for? And I open up the thing. Hang on. Material Crafting Almanac. Rift Lens. It can be turned into a bag of holding. It could potentially be used as a reagent for conjuration and teleportation. It is not related to the Murmury. The big thing is it can be turned into a bag of holding.
Okay, maybe I bought it for that, but I didn't think I did, but that'd be cool. Okay. Well, if Gigi can help me make that, that'd be neat. But we gotta go after Dad.
Yeah.
Of course.
We might be able to take on the job that's over there, and then while we're over there, just,
No, I want to be very clear. I'm not trying to pressure you into the job. I am curious. I am a little invested at this point. I haven't had a lot of links back home in a long time, and it's terrible what's happening down there. And if you two are trying to make it better, then I'm invested. That's all I'm saying.
I feel like you'll see us again soon, especially if we get those windows open again. If that were to happen mysteriously.
Of course, mysteriously. I don't know how we'll do it. I imagine negotiating simply won't go well, but maybe by some stroke of fate, it might happen.
That'd be nice. You guys could use a break.
We could. That would be nice. Speaking of stroke of fate,
She's okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but...
Oh, no, I was about to make an innuendo. But yes, she is okay,
well,
actually.
Let's go back to that, actually.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Hang on. Yeah.
How about we see you off before you go do whatever it is you're going to do? And he kind of looks over to to Finn, and Finn kind of nods.
Yes, both.
I want to be seen off.
Wonderful. He throws
We could be seen off.
each of you over a shoulder and walks off with Finn to a tent.
Hey! Things over, arc complete.
Yep, finished, fulfilled. Who needs to do anything else?
And with that, we'll figure out what we're doing next.
Fuck.
True. Finally get that out of their system. They can focus.
That's stiff.
And it surely won't make anything worse.
No.
Definitely not.
Hey, you want to go pull the anchors out of that tent while they're still in it? I say it, guys.
He's dead. He died. He's definitely
No, I
not
didn't.
in the
I'm
kitchen.
arguing with Drake. Not even arguing. Just sorry. What was the question?
Bad dream? I'll like look at Kaz and text me this.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dry under the sun. Our children they fed to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where